Okay, so I'd like to officially call to order the February 23rd, 2022 Palo Alto Planning and Transportation regular meeting. And if we could please have the roll call.
Yes, and Commissioner Rupervar has joined us. I promoted her to be panelist, and I will start the roll call. Chair Lowy.
Present.
Vice Chair Suma.
Present.
Commissioner Chang.
Here.
Commissioner Heckman.
Present.
Commissioner Regdal.
Present.
Commissioner Rupervar.
Present.
Commissioner Templeton.
Here.
We have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. And tonight, item 1 is to adopt a resolution authorizing use of teleconferencing for this commission during COVID. We have to redo that according to council. So but first, Commissioner Heckman.
So move.
Thank you. Second by Vice Chair Suma. Any discussion on that? If not, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Chang.
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Chair Lowy.
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal.
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar.
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma.
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next section of our agenda is oral communications, and the public can speak on any item that is not on the agenda. If you're speaking to items that are on the agenda, then wait until the appropriate time. I see 3 attendees and 1 speaker, so we can go with 5 minutes.
Our first speaker is Steve.
Okay, Ed, can you hear me?
Yes,
Uh-huh.
we can.
Fine. My name is Stephen Levy, and I'm managing a grant from the Silicon Valley Community Foundation on helping people engage in the housing element update process. I've written a report, a guide to engaging, and we'll share it with you hopefully next week when it's published. But the main part of this work is helping residents in 5 cities engage in the process, and that's being led by Silicon Valley at Home and their team. One of the things that came up in our discussion is the requirements for public outreach and engagement. And Palo Alto, like virtually every city, really needs to step up their effort. So you could start tonight by allowing public comment at the very beginning of any of the agenda items. In future meetings, you can put the housing element agenda items first. And if you choose not to do that, you can allow comment on the agenda items during oral communication. It's not been your tradition, but your tradition is a barrier to the HCD goal of public participation and easy access in the meeting. As you know, I spoke to you at your last meeting. The agenda item was scheduled for 7:45, so I had to log on along with the other public speakers because we don't know whether you're going to be on time or delayed. But the problem was you then had a staff presentation and a very long planning commission discussion. So I, as a resident who logged on at 7:45, got to speak at 9:30. That's completely unacceptable and completely in opposition to your HCD guidelines for public engagement. So please let public comments come at the beginning. Virtually all people know what they're going to say when they come to the meeting. They don't have to hear the commissioners or the staff presentation. It's a courtesy, and it will put you forward in good Stead. I couldn't find out how to get notices of the PTC meeting on your website, even when I looked for it. Maybe it's there, but I'm pretty good at that. And so both the council and the planning commission, and even the working group, have major outreach efforts. In my opinion, you should be sending notices a week or two ahead of time to the League of Women Voters, the Renters Association, PTAs, other groups that you can identify, so they can circulate them to the meeting. The chairman was very good if you get into the meeting to tell people how to participate. But the problem is very few people know about the meetings. And so I hope you can step up your outreach effort. There's a lot of other stuff in the memo I wrote. I encourage you all with the staff to look at the HCD guidelines for public participation. And I hope in the next meeting, I hope tonight that you'll allow public comment at the beginning of the 2 agenda items, and in future meetings that you'll really make it very easy for public residents who join the webinar to speak at the beginning and not have to wait as I and the others did 1 hour and 45 minutes last time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other speakers from attendees. So
Yeah, that concludes oral communication.
great, thank you. And we'll now move to any agenda changes, additions, or deletions. If there are none for tonight, we'll then move to a director's report.
Thank you, Chair Lowing, Commissioners. Good to be with you all this evening. Just a few quick updates. Do want to note that we are going to be reopening at the Development Center our in-person services next Monday, February 28th. So those services are still being provided by appointment, and members of the public or those wishing to ask questions, file new permits can make appointments online at the cityofpaloalto.org or by calling 650-329-2496. Again, 650-329-2496. And we, of course, are still offering virtual appointments as well. And our virtual permit application process is still underway. So we are happy that we're seeing a positive downward trend, kind of an oxymoron there in terms of the COVID cases and hospitalizations. For the time being, Santa Clara County does still have the indoor mask requirement. And so that is still in city facilities. If folks are visiting, regardless of vaccination status, will need to wear a face covering when entering city facilities. So that's Development Center, but also City Hall, libraries, other city facilities as well. As far as upcoming council past and upcoming, this past Monday was President's Day, so there was no city council meeting. Upcoming at council next Monday, we do have 2 items as a department, but they're not items that came to the commission. One is the grand jury report that came out late last year, mid-December of 2021, that looked at affordable housing, comparing the cities of Mountain View and Palo Alto to each other. And so we are working with council to issue the response from the city to the grand jury's report. And also talking about California Avenue and Ramona Street temporary closures, should those become permanent, or really the question is, does the council want to explore and study what a permanent closure of those streets to vehicular traffic could look like? So those weren't items that came to council, but certainly in the planning realm. And then later on this month, in March, we don't have a ton of items until we are getting down into March 21st, when we're going to have a little bit of follow-up on SB 9. There's some trailing legislation before we even still are working on the permanent legislation, as well as the housing element site. So tonight, your recommendation to the council will be heard on March 21st. That is our scheduled date for that. And we, of course, have items coming up for the commission, which I'll go over those at the end on upcoming commission items. And I do just want to note, for the gentleman who was speaking, we do have a contact group for the Housing Element Working Group. And so that's the best way to get updates on Housing Element Working Group matters and when those issues are coming to bodies like the PTC or City Council. And you can find that on our website. So that's the end of my report, but I'm available for any questions.
Questions for Assistant Director Tanner? Seeing none, we can move to action item number 3, which is a continued item from the last meeting, review and recommendation on the 23 to 31 housing element. So we have a minor staff report on that, or a quick update on that.
Thank you. We're going to have Mr. Tim Wong give just a brief recap of where we left off last time in our discussion, and then we'll be kicking it back to the commission. Tim?
So good evening, all. Again, my name is Tim Wong, Senior Planner for the City of Palo Alto. And as Rachel mentioned, yes, just a very quick recap of what transpired. So next slide, please. So on February 9th, we presented the strategies or working group recommendations, and the PTC had a number of questions, a robust discussion about those strategies. And at the end of the meeting, there were no formal recommendations made, but I believe there was consensus on the following strategies. And if the PTC recalls, the staff presented approximately 10 strategies for your consideration. And of those, these 4 strategies seem to have consensus on them: pipeline units, ADUs or production, future production from ADUs can be used towards RHNA, multifamily allowed, and faith-based institutions. So those were 4 strategies that had consensus with the PTC. And so this evening, the staff will be working with the PTC and continuing the discussion, starting with the proposed upzone strategy. So next slide. Next slide, please. And so this is our RHNA, keep on going. And so I just wanted to point out that this table was presented to the PTC at the last meeting. And I would like to remind the PTC that these numbers are still dynamic. I mean, we're getting close to finalizing these numbers, but even at this point, these numbers are still fluid. For example, in the pipeline units, we just received another application for a multifamily affordable housing development with 129 units. So even this pipeline strategy number will be adjusted. This does not include that proposed project. And secondly, with MFA, as staff and others are constantly going through and reviewing these sites. One thing staff would like to note is the working group was very clear in protecting low density zoned parcels and neighborhoods. And so, kudos or thank you, Commissioner Suma. Also, just working through some items, we found 2 RMD zoned parcels with a total yield of 4 units that should not be in the MFA strategy. Therefore, this 461 should be reduced by 4 units when removing those 2 RMD for a total of 457 units from the MFA strategy. So just wanted to highlight that. Next slide. So again, PTC will be deliberating on these remaining strategies. So let's, next slide. And keep on going. So there's pipeline, ADUs, strategy number 1, upzoning. So this is where the working group recommended upzoning existing sites.
Just before you do that, Tim, Before we start on that, just two things I wanted to announce. First of all,
Sure.
there is no public comment tonight because this is a continued hearing and there's no new information. So just FYI to the public. And secondly, I just want to review the game plan. If you remember at the last meeting, we were going to go through all of these once roughly in order, and then we changed to let's go for the low hanging fruit to get more done, which we did, and we got more done. We're going to continue that process one time through, but these are bigger items now. They're going to take more time. And I just want to point out that we cannot have a continuance of this after tonight. This has to get done tonight. So time clock is running. It doesn't mean we want to change the quality of our work, and we'll stay here as long as we have to do that. And then secondly, at the end of that, we'll go back in order this time and actually take a vote, normal process, amendments, whatever. So we're going to finish this one time through and then go back and go on record as to our recommendations. Any questions about that? Okay, then the one we left off with was upzoning. Take it away, Tim.
So correct. Real briefly, proposed upzoning CN zones and also upzoning RM30, CC, and CS zones for the CN 20 to 30, and for the remaining other zones from 30 to 40. With that, apologize for that same mistake, but we removed one site of 17 units. So the revised total is 1,640 units for strategy number 1, upzoning. So that concludes staff's presentation for this particular slide. Yeah.
Okay, discussion, questions from commissioners. It's a big number. It's a good chunk. Mr. Heckman.
Since no one's speaking up, I'm supportive of the working group and staff recommendation on this item.
Any other comments? All right. Oh, Commissioner Rubenbar.
Just that I'm supportive as well. This makes sense. Great job, great chunk.
Vice Chair Suma, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you. In general, I'm supportive, but my support hinges on a couple of things. One is that currently RM40 does not enjoy the same development standards in terms of being protected from development next to them that RM30 has. And we've talked about this before, but I am conditionally supportive of the idea as long as the height transition zone is retained, and also that transition zone is extended to RM 40. So I don't know, in terms of if we come to a vote on this, I definitely think I have reservations about the details, but we'll be working on the details later. So some of my opinions, the programs and zone changes. So some of my opinions could change over time, but those are the conditions that on the surface, and there's other development standards I would like to retain to be comfortable with this change, but those are the conditions on the surface that I'm concerned with.
Okay, if there are other comments, Commissioner Chang?
I'm also generally supportive, and Commissioner Suma's comment about the height transition and the difference between how RM30 and 40 are treated is a great reminder to me of something that if we increase the existing density, I would hope that we may like grandfather in the RM30 transition zone, height transition. Thanks.
Assistant Director Tanner has some comments.
My only comment is that I think council has directed us to take a look at that topic, that we are going to be limited in down zoning or doing changes that could be perceived or lead to down zoning. So I think part of what we're looking at with this idea is around increasing the density so that you can have the same number of units in the envelope. So I think council's heard this challenge, has asked us to take a look at it. And so definitely great to have it come here from the commission as well. But I think it's something that staff are already taking a look at how to match those together.
Okay, Commissioner Rectal.
Does staff know why that's different between 30 and 40? But back in the days when it was 15 and 20 before it was increased, were they different back then? And this has just always been a historical difference, or was something changed?
Well, certainly RM40 is a higher density area. And so I think there was probably a thinking about the built form that would be in areas that are RM40 might be taller than areas that are not RM40. And so I think that was probably part of the thinking around having different transition zones based on the different form that's going to take shape given the increased density.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no other comments, we can move past this for the first pass. Okay, next strategy, Tim.
Okay, thank you very much. Next is increasing densities around fixed rail. If you recall, anything within a quarter mile of the Caltrain stations is proposed to increase to a density of 50 dwelling units per acre, while from a quarter to a half is 40 dwelling units per acre. And with this strategy, there would be a total yield of almost 800 units or 798 units.
Commissioner comments? Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, just to keep us moving along. One clarification that Mr. Wong didn't mention is that this is limited to the non-low residential areas within these distances from the stations. It's mentioned in another slide that that's an umbrella over all of these recommendations. But I think that no R1 or R2 are included in the upzoning here that would yield a 798. That's my understanding of it. And I'm I'm supportive of this recommendation from the working group and staff.
Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. This one is kind of the same for me. I think I have concerns particularly about the Mayfield neighborhood, which is the non-Cal Ave part of that neighborhood, if people don't know. And that neighborhood is already very dense and they have a lot of projects coming to them. And who knows, this may not be an issue in a real post-COVID world. We don't know what's going to happen with remote working and things like this, but I would be worried that particularly in Mayfield, increasing the number of units per acre, depending on how the development standards are handled, may put a real burden on some of the people already living in that area.
Other comments? Okay, Mr. Wong, we can move to the next strategy.
Okay, very good. Strategy number 3 are looking at sites that are within basically the El Camino transit corridor, and again, upzoning to 40 dwelling units per acre. And with that recommendation, the total yield would be 274 units.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thanks. I'm in support of this. I'm surprised it's only going to be 274 units, but in general, when we increase density along the El Camino corridor, we will also have an additional benefit of improving bus service. So I think it's a good idea. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. I was going to make a similar comment to Commissioner Templeton, which is I'm generally supportive, but we want to make sure that VTA improves the bus service so that it is much more usable, because otherwise those folks are really trapped when it takes so long to get places by bus.
Vice Chair Suma?
Sorry. I was trying to look at the new fantastic, kudos to staff, interactive map, which is very, very useful, but I don't think it's 100% complete. And maybe Senior Planner Wong could help me understand what color or how, and I apologize because maybe not everybody has had a chance, my colleagues, to look at this map, but what color code is this on the map? Because I don't see it and I'm kind of confused. I might be conflating two different strategies.
Can we pop that up? It's a good way to highlight the new tool.
Sure, but actually I will go ahead and if I can go ahead and share my screen. I'm looking at it right now. I was looking at the exact same thing, and it appears that there might need to be some modifications. Well, first, everyone see my screen?
Now we do.
And let me zoom in. So I'll just say, we'll start off saying, if I click this off, this will show everything in the universe. And so if we hit, and corridor is misspelled too, apologize for that, but this only comes up, the transit corridor should be aquamarine. That's the only thing I could describe that color. While this is more of a pipeline project, so we need to fix that immediately. But so I apologize for that. In the interim, I can bring up an older map that will show, again, those transit corridor sites, if you like. But Commissioner Suma, thank you for the ground truthing of this interactive map. I do appreciate that.
I love the map. Thank you. I would really appreciate you bringing up an old map because I couldn't find the old map and then this one didn't have it. So that would be helpful for me.
Okay, if you'll just give me a second,
Sure.
Let me bring up that other, I'll stop my sharing and bring up that other map in a minute. So
Beta software never changes.
yes, yes. And just be a quick sec.
Someone else can speak if they're ready and I'll wait because I want to see the map.
I'll just make a couple quick comments. I think Commissioner Templeton, like associate my comments with hers actually on this one. I was even surprised in the working group that we only got 274 units out of that. I think it's probably pretty conservative. And when projects come to fruition, I think there's going to be probably more density in there. And the VTA is clearly a chicken and egg problem, or a mouse and cheese, or whatever you want to call it. But we can only press forward with the housing that we have to put up, and then we have to appeal to VTA to say we now have 7,000 more units and 15,000 more people, or whatever it's going to be. So crank up your roots. So that's absolutely a concomitant partnership that has to happen. Totally agree.
Okay, so I have the map, so I'll go ahead and share screen again. And here is the slide. Let me go ahead and zoom in. So these are the as you can see, the corridor sites all along the transit corridor right here. Would you
Okay.
like me to zoom in a little bit? Ooh.
No, now I remember the map.
Okay.
So, okay, this map, I understand now. I had a question about this map, but I'm not going to go into it because it's the same question we discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
So in general, this is the same thing for me. In general, I am fine with this idea with as long as we maintain the height transitions, understanding that this part of El Camino especially transitions to R1 or low density in usually in the back half of the block that fronts on El Camino. So I think that's super important for this to be successful for everyone, new neighbors and existing neighbors. And then the other thing, I'd like to be as peachy about the future of the bus corridor, but the VTA seems like a very troubled agency to me, and there's a lot of uncertainty for me, about their future. There was a grand jury report, I think it was 2 years ago, but I think it was before COVID. So maybe a little longer if some of my colleagues have read it, that is kind of causes one to pause about this agency. So that said, it currently is the case that we do have these routes. So I'm an okay, as long as we keep the height transitions. And I don't know what we're gonna do if these sites aren't parked, if most particularly if there's no bus service, understanding some may be able to walk to the Caltrains, but also one of the problems with our 9-county metropolitan area, and I don't need to tell anyone this, is that people can travel very far for jobs, and the links aren't there, and it can take hours and hours to get from point A to point B. So those are my concerns with this one. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Rupavar.
Thank you. I had a question for you, Mr. Wong. So it's just a clarifying question. I understand El Camino clearly is a transit corridor, half mile. Is also a transit corridor, portions of it? Why are those blue? Am I misreading the map? To your left.
Yeah, these are the boundaries that we use. And so there are some along Alma, but a large majority are along El Camino, because it is still within this half-mile corridor, if you will.
Okay, so it's El Camino and then a little bit on Alma and
a little bit, yes.
Maybe Churchmiller. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, seeing no other hands, I think we can move on to the next strategy.
Okay. Let's stop share. I do believe the next strategy, if Chitra, you can bring it. Thank you. Next strategy is faith-based, but I believe there's consensus on the PTC in regards to faith-based institutions, and so we can move on to the next.
I think wasn't there a question there last time about what the actual density was and how that translated to how many units could be on a given parking lot, given its size? I'm not sure we got that clarified.
I think what we went with the more our standard, if you will, 40 dwelling units per acre, but they in doing the math, it does accommodate 148 units. I think there was also the question about the mechanism, since most of these are R1 zoned, how would we do that? But
and Tim, can I just interrupt really quickly?
Okay,
I think for the faith-based, it was 30 dwelling units per acre.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So how does that translate to approximately how many units on one of these parking lots?
Let's see, let me look that up on our, so the ranges for the 148 range from 11 to 36 units on the site, depending on the site itself.
And what they did is they looked at just the surface parking lot and they took that approximation on that using the surface parking lot only and did that dwelling units per acre calculation.
That is correct. Thank you, Claire.
Comments on that, Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. I had a question also, and that is that it's another thing about the fantastic new interactive map. Some of the lot sizes are not available. And in fact, I think all of or most of the faith-based units are not available. And in this case, since we're basing the number of dwelling units on not the whole lot, but the size of the parking lot, I think that would be useful information to have here as well. And I was looking at that mostly from the two that are in my neighborhood, not because my neighborhood is more important, but just because I know my neighborhood really well. And I think it could be fairly controversial with some residents to have 11 to 36 units on those parking lots, especially for one of the sites. So anyway, I actually wanted to also ask, is this for all affordable BMR subsidized housing, or is it for market rate housing? I forget.
This one was for BMR, 100% affordable.
Okay. So that's certainly really great. So I'm in favor. I'd like to get that additional information on the map just for looking at it in more detail. And also kind of same issues, make sure that the transitions are respected when you're talking about, because the whole parameters of this exercise for the working group was to not put any increased density in low density residential zones. And this is an exception that does do that. So I would want to be able to reassure people when it comes to the program and zone changes that this would be respectful of neighboring properties.
Commissioner Chang? Unmute.
I'm looking at the packet and it's not necessarily 11 to 36. It looks like some of the sites are as low as 6 units. So in answer, Commissioner Suma was talking about looking at some of the sites in her neighborhood, and those look like there are lower number of units. When I was looking at the table, just wanted to throw that out there. Thanks.
Yes. Chair Lowing, if I could, I'll be happy to share my screen to show you the unit mixes based on our spreadsheet, if
Sure.
that's something that would be helpful for the PTC.
Sure.
Okay. So let me go ahead and share my screen once again. So this is from our site's inventory list, and you want to see here. This is the unit yields that would be from those 8 sites. 8? No, excuse me, 10. So. So
There's 136 and the other one below that is 26. So just in terms of taking a look at the max.
Okay.
Commissioner Rectal?
I have a question for staff for the faith-based properties right now today. Are they operating under CUP or how are they operating in R1?
I think it depends. Some of the older churches did not need to go through the CUP process. And then things changed with the RLUIPA regulations. So then the CUP was not required. So there may be some old CUPs out there that were kind of in the interim where we didn't need one and then we needed one and now we don't need one. So there are some CUPs out there.
And so if a church today wanted to stop being a church, the only use for the housing would, the only use for the land would be R1 housing. Is that correct?
Generally speaking, I mean, we need to take a quick look at the allowed uses that are associated in the R1 zone. I do think there are some other types of uses that might be related to day care or care facilities, daycare facilities, things like that. There are some very limited non-residential uses that are permitted in the R1 zone.
Yeah, and there are a number of other conditionally permitted uses like school or community center as well.
Okay. And so is the expectation that if a church builds some properties on its parking lot and then down the road disbands, what happens to those properties? They're then grandfathered in?
What happens to the housing units? Is that the question?
What would happen for the zoning now if a church disbands or wants to sell? Is
Right.
it
Yeah, so I think a good question, because it's definitely happening to many faith communities that they may not remain existent. And so that certainly changes that we've seen happen across the country. So just to be clear, I think maybe to back up a little bit is that for this to be an option for the congregation to build at the 30 dwelling units per acre, we'd likely need a zoning overlay that would allow congregations to do this and to have that that type of density, as well as the requirement for BMR if that's the if it's only for 100% affordable housing, to be clear about that. And so depending on how they did it, oftentimes when congregations do build housing on their land, either instead of existing or in addition to their own existence, they will partner with a nonprofit housing developer. And so then part of the question will be just how that ownership is held. Does that developer have a ground lease? Do they actually own that parcel? So, hopefully that housing itself can be solvent and has its own operating budget. And so even if the congregation were not to be there, it could still continue to exist. But some of those would be questions that would be somewhat site specific on how they've set up the structure of the ownership of the BMR housing.
okay, thanks. That makes sense.
Any other comments on this one for first pass? Okay, thanks. You can continue, Tim.
Okay, thank you. Next slide. The next strategy is city-owned parking lots. Actually, just wanted to highlight again that the working group did not recommend inclusion of city-owned parking lots as part of the site's inventory. But as the PTC knows, the council has already directed staff to start exploring parking lots for residential development.
We did talk about this one quite a bit, so I'm wondering if we can concur that we had a first pass and we can pick it up on our second pass.
Okay.
Not trying to rush. Commissioner Rectal, did you still have your hand up? Okay. Commissioner
Just go stand it.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman.
I did want to talk about this one some. I can wait until the next round. But I had.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me at least ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
So the process we're going through is to identify these potential upzones, and then we actually do some upzoning. And what that does is, as we roll into this next cycle, the zoning has been done. So hopefully that removes one impediment to development, residential development at these densities where we've upzoned. So I had a question on these parking lots. In order to develop residential uses on them, will the zoning need to be changed, or does the existing zoning for all these parking lots allow residential development without a change in zoning?
We would need to modify the zoning to allow for the residential uses.
Okay, so that's what I thought. And so that's one reason, even though the council is exploring this, we want to make it as easy as we can for this to happen. And council clearly has an interest in that. And so I would like to see this added to the list so that it gets to be part of that upzone effort, that mass upzone. So that's one item. And then I've got some another set of questions that relate to this one and possibly actually all of these. And I want to, I think the first, so these questions relate to a letter we received this week that talked about a requirement that the HCD has that where you, and I'm going to paraphrase it, I hope not poorly, but where more than 50% of your low income housing is identified on non-vacant sites, then you have to provide substantial evidence that during the RHNA cycle, whatever the impediments to developing low-income housing on those sites will go away. So I thought it was an interesting letter. We hadn't talked about that on the PTC. And so the first question I had is actually of Assistant City Attorney Yang. I wanted to know if the description of that requirement in that letter from a local group is pretty accurate as to the requirement.
So I haven't reviewed that letter, but I can speak to the general requirement that we do have to show that the sites we identify are, maybe Mr. Wong can help me out here with this.
Suitable and available.
That's right, suitable
Yeah.
and available. And so there is some evidentiary showing that we have to make, and that's a part of the site selection effort that the working group and Mr. Wong and our consultant have been doing is finding sites where we can make that showing to HCD, and that where we think our selection will be defensible.
Okay, that's helpful. So then that leads into my next question, which is, in the working group, was this substantial evidence requirement regarding the sites where low-income housing would go? Was that part of the dialogue with the working group? Did they examine that and come up with findings or categories of findings so that we could support these 6,800 units, the BMWs, the low-income BMRs, at least in excess of 50%.
So Tim, why don't you speak to that, including your financial analysis of deciding what buildings are more likely to be reused? But the other thing I want to point out is that the working group did not identify sites for 57% of these units to be below market rate. A couple of these strategies happen to be focused only on that, but they're small numbers compared to what has to be created. So that was beyond the scope of this capability exercise. So our assignment was not to make sure we've had places for 57% of these units. That's to come by council. But Tim, if you want to give that financial analysis, I think that's helpful.
Sure, but and so as part of our methodology, we did present our methodology of how these sites were identified to the working group. And one of the main factors is what is known as the ILR, the improvement to land ratio, in which if the improvements, and we used county assessors data or figures, and basically, we had this ILR ratio of less than 1.5%. In other words, if the improvements were 1.5 times or less the land value, then we said that is appropriate for redevelopment. Because if it had a higher ratio than 1.5, in other words, if the improvements per the the county assessor was, let's just say 4 million, and the land was worth 1 million, that means there are substantial improvements on the property. Therefore, it would be a lesser likelihood of redevelopment. So that was our first go round in identifying these sites. And the reason we use the 1.5 or the 1.5 ILR ratio is because that's what we used in our current housing element to identify sites. And that was obviously accepted by HCD, and in discussions with our consultants, they supported that. Secondly, we looked at structures that were older than 20 years old. And that, again, probably an association with that ILR, but that was part of our methodology. In addition, we looked at sites that don't have multifamily units on the sites. There are some that are underdeveloped, if you will, but that was another methodology that we used to make sure that we wouldn't impact or result in large displacements, but secondly, that also helped create the opportunity for redevelopment to add housing if there weren't existing residences already on the site. So, and in addition, we're still working on compiling other substantial evidence, such as in Palo Alto, because of the value, we have been receiving redevelopment proposals even before we started this update process, which shows the strength of the Palo Alto real estate or residential real estate market for redevelopment. So those are just some of those items that will go into the housing element to provide that substantial evidence.
Okay, I appreciate that additional information. So here's my concern. We need to designate roughly 6,100 units and present that to HCD. We need a 10% buffer, and what we've seen, actually the working group had a larger buffer than that, but has pulled some potential units out, including these parking lots, to get us down closer to that 10%. My worry is that when we take it, if we just flow through with the working group recommendation, we recommend that to the council, and the council adopts that and forwards it to HCD. I'm worried that HCD is going to reject some substantial portion of these units if we're not properly, in their view, providing substantial evidence of the availability of these non-vacant sites during the next RENA cycle for low-income housing. And so my thinking is to protect against that, because if that happens, then the HCD doesn't certify the housing element, right? They don't satisfy our RENA figures, and they send it back to us, and we're late, and there are penalties for being late. So my thought is, to protect ourselves against that risk, let's build a bigger buffer. And so that's another reason I like including the city-owned parking lots, even though because it makes a bigger buffer, right? And we don't have to make those the first ones that get developed, but it helps us avoid the possibility of this getting kicked back to us. So that's why when we get to voting on it, I'm going to be supportive to adding these back in.
Okay.
Any other comments on this one? Okay, GM zones are next, I think.
So yes, this was a strategy suggested by the working group, and in including the GM zone, it would yield another 596 units. And as the slide discusses, Currently, GM zone or residential uses are not allowed in the GM zone, so we would have to rezone to allow residential use as a permitted use or conditional use. We're still talking through that that mechanism, but with this strategy, it would yield 596 units.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. I've spoken up about my concerns with this area, which is I think it's an appropriate location for housing. It's just that, there needs to be other planning around it. And then along, in terms of upzoning, one of the things that I would really be, I'm supportive of it if in changing the zoning, we don't just say you can build houses in the GM zone. I think it's more appropriate if we changed the purpose of the GM zone to be for housing and not for manufacturing. And my logic for that is that if we're trying to create places that we want to be nice neighborhoods and good places for new Palo Alto residents to live, new residents won't want to live next to manufacturing, right? So in order to I don't think we should just be simply adding housing as a use in this area. I think we should be changing the zoning potentially for housing and potentially whatever we can do with respect to that zoning to encourage affordable housing specifically. So perhaps even say higher density allowed if it's if a certain percentage is affordable. But I do feel pretty strongly that we don't want to create a situation where you've got like a manufacturing facility next to a bunch of residences. That's not good for any resident. Thanks.
Commissioner Rubavar.
Thank you. Just a clarifying question. So is this proposing, I guess to Mr. Wong, is this proposing adding residential to manufacturing or? Because Commissioner Chang raised an interesting point.
So the proposal, I'm sorry, Tim.
Yes, the proposal is to reintroduce housing into the GM zone.
Okay, and then I guess my next question is for City Attorney Yang. If we do this, these sites, like, would they go through CEQA? I've been looking at a lot of hazmat maps lately, and there are, underground storage tanks, like a lot of industrial is out of compliance. Would this all still go through CEQA to make sure that any residential, how does that work?
Yeah.
So that's concerning for me.
So our rezoning, the mass rezoning ordinance that's going to come back to the PTC will have some environmental CEQA review associated with it. It's probably going to be at a more programmatic level. And then each individual project, that gets proposed in this area will go through a CEQA review as well. I guess we won't know until we see on a case-by-case basis with those projects, what level of CEQA review will be required.
Okay, and then so if there's, and remind me, I should know this, I should know CEQA better, I forgot. If you put residential in and the neighboring, is an industrial use, neighboring properties and industrial use, would CEQA, it would look at neighboring, right? And then any sort of impact that the neighboring industrial could have or manufacturing could have on the residential, such as leakages into groundwater or anything like that, and make sure those are mitigated.
So,
or not, can't remember.
Yeah, there's two different issues there. What CEQA looks at is impacts of the whatever the new development that's proposed is on the physical environment. It doesn't look at impacts of the environment on the residents of the new development.
That's right.
So if if there were some risk as part of the excavation for the development that there was going to be a release of hazardous materials, right, because of that excavation, that would certainly be an issue that gets studied under CEQA. But the impact of a neighboring operation on the residents would not get studied under CEQA.
Yeah, so that's my concern. So just flag, like, that's my hesitancy with mixing residential with manufacturing is, somehow being careful on preventing unintended consequences of those neighboring manufacturing facilities.
Perhaps one
Could
thing I
happen.
would suggest to
Yeah.
commissioners who've raised a concern, because certainly, one of the reasons that for better and for worse sometimes we went to kind of separation of uses in our zoning in the country was to kind of separate some uses that weren't compatible with each other. And so I think, a couple of things that we could think about. One is, if this does get approved by City Council, are there additional mitigations that buildings located in this area need, such as things to make sure the indoor air quality is high? Certainly, if there is any contamination on the site, that would be part of the CEQA analysis. And we do know we have contamination from past manufacturing in Palo Alto. And so these aren't ancient concerns, right? Like, they're very relevant for even existing parts of Palo Alto that do allow housing. And so there are mitigation measures we can look at to try to think, how can the sites be safe if they do become housing? It does still mean that because manufacturing is permitted, neighboring uses could be noisy or smelly or other things that those landowners do have rights to produce. That said, I think the trends are kind of going away from those uses in Palo Alto to some degree, but you never know. And in other places, manufacturing land is becoming more precious because it is becoming more limited throughout the Bay Area. There aren't as many areas that preserve that use. And so certainly something we could look more into detail at. I don't know, Ms. Campbell or Mr. Wong, if there's anything you want to add to like how we could kind of think about the impacts of having housing in these zones.
Yeah, especially on water quality and air quality. I think noise is noise. I mean, you can kind of expect that if you're moving into an area.
You can have soundproofing, right? That could help to mitigate, if there are noisy neighbors, right? Things that the building could do to make it less
So
noisy.
more of like, impact. I mean, I know on Fabian Way, I looked at it this week, there's a ton of manufacturing, they're out of compliance. Like, there are issues still going on. There's a Superfund site in Palo Alto. Like, what can be done? And I don't know, Mr. Wong, if you can speak to this, but to prevent, neighboring manufacturing leaking into groundwater or air and impacting residents or children living nearby.
Excuse me, sorry. That was also a concern of the working group also, is locating residential uses by these general manufacturing or these businesses. And one thing we did look at is also for certain hazardous materials, the city requires, and forgive me, Claire, 300 or 500 foot buffer from that material, 300, thank you, 300 foot buffer from that business that has these certain hazardous materials. And so we consulted with the fire department to see which of those businesses had those certain hazardous materials. And even from there, we discovered that there were a few, and drawing a 300 foot buffer around that, we took those sites out of the proposed list, understanding that, that there may be some potential hazards. And so we did discuss some of these contingencies with the fire department, and that's one reason we're looking at maybe a conditional use permit as part of a mitigating factor, if you will. So if there is a proposal with a conditional use, allows for a little additional scrutiny before providing that approval.
Great. And I guess
if I could just add a little bit more to what Tim was saying. So some of those sites that we identified that were in that 300 foot buffer were in the ROLM area. And, like Tim mentioned, we did go through the process of identifying those sites and taking them off the list. And one of the things with ROLM that's existing is that the ROLM allows for residential with a conditional use permit. And I think for the GM zone, it used to be that residential was also allowed with a conditional use permit. So I think using a conditional use permit would be an appropriate tool here. So that way the city can assure that there are no hazardous conditions in the immediate vicinity that we can check for. And, you know, we can look at these adjacencies and make sure that we're supporting a positive residential use in that particular project.
Understood. And then I guess my last comment is, I don't know if it's possible, but if possible, to like change like a chunk of the GM. So you have the residential all in one area rather than kind of mixed in or dispersed. That seems a bit riskier. That's it. Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
I mean, the one thing I want to point out is it's zone GM, but there's not a lot of manufacturing going on. There's only a handful of any type of manufacturing there. Most of it's just straight office. There's a dance studio there. There's a daycare center. So there really isn't, it's not like these are open smelters with bad air quality. This is going to be typical of a low density office area. So, but anyway, that said, I agree with Commissioner Chang's assessment. I think that keeping it GM is just going to be problematic. We want this to be a neighborhood, not a mixed area. And it's going to be best for everyone if we change the zoning to something like an RM40 or RM50 or something like that, and not try to keep on having office space mixed in. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang.
Can I just ask staff a question? Is there anything that would be an impediment to just completely changing the zoning? Because I understand we put all these mitigation measures in place and make sure that, you know, there's a 300-foot, you know, we're 300 feet away from anything that's really problematic. But if we really think about communities long-term and something that, you know, and making a high density area that's nice for people to live, I do think that changing the zone wholesale is the way to go. And obviously there might be lingering property owners, you know, whose use would be grandfathered in, but then at least over time, the area turns over. So is there anything that prevents the city from doing that if that's what the city wanted to do?
I think if that is the direction that council wanted to take with this, it's definitely something that we could do with the rezoning process. I think some of the things that we would consider in that it would be related to, you know, I think what Rachel had just mentioned is that there are very limited areas within the city that allow certain types of uses. So in essence, there actually are very limited GM parcels already in the city of Palo Alto. So by just wholesale, like eliminating some of them completely could maybe, it's a really big policy decision, I think, for the city to make. And if we want to move in that direction, you know, that is something that certainly we could accomplish through a zone change.
Okay, I mean, then I would think that if we want to preserve GM, then we preserve a section of GM kind of along the lines of what Commissioner Ruperbar is suggesting, because it doesn't, I mean, the optics are not good either, right? Like here we have these big parcels of land and this is where all the affordable housing can be. And it's also going to be mixed in with manufacturing. That's just not great. So yeah, that's kind of my, I mean, yeah, that's, since we are planning that, I would plan for it then. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman.
I think I need a little bit of understanding about the product that we are working toward to send to the HCD. And maybe somebody from staff can explain that to me. We are going to, the goal of this process, once it gets through the city council, is to present the HCD with proof that we can meet our, that we have a mechanism in place to meet our RHNA numbers. And so I'm curious as to whether the HCD is going to look at the particular zoning for a particular parcel and any restrictions that we might impose on that particular parcel, so that we have to work through all of these issues now, like whether we're going to add residential to a GM zone or replace the GM zoning with some residential designation. Because I'm wondering about shaping our recommendation to the council and whether this discussion, for example, is beyond the information that's needed to complete the task required by the HCD.
Well, first, I'd like to say this is a really good discussion about this a potential policy change. In regards to how HCD looks at this, whether it's strictly residential or residential interspersed with GM, if you will. That's an interesting question, how we look at it. I think one of the things that we're looking at right now is, I think we just present what our best proposal to HCD. And part of the HCD review process is we're gonna have, they're gonna have two reviews. They're gonna have a first 90-day review where they're gonna thoroughly review the city's draft housing element, and whatever they find or whatever they have an issue with, they'll let the city know. And then based on that response, the city would have to adjust accordingly to try to achieve compliance with housing element law. So I think if that is if 100% residential is something the PTC wishes to pursue, that's our best offer. We can move forward with that and see what HCD comes back with. Sorry, don't have a more exact answer, but right now I think
interject a bit, Tim. I thank you for that insight. I think part of what Commissioner Hackman would be asking is kind of this whole decision of whether or not we should get rid of GM zoning or not. Is that relevant for the housing element? I think it's not relevant in terms of what HCD is going to be looking at for the certification. It is relevant for the rezoning. So since the rezoning would be coming out of it, understanding if the PTC and then subsequently the council, the rezoning is not just to add housing as an eligible use, but actually to transition away from GM. So it's related to that, and the rezoning is necessary for us to kind of show HCD that we are, putting our money where our mouth is, so to speak, and moving forward with advancing the zoning that the housing element contemplates. So there's a little bit of way to say, like, we don't need to decide whether or not we're moving away from GM tonight, but that is irrelevant for the rezoning that we do need to do eventually.
Okay, that was really helpful. So in light of that, when we, because we've heard on a lot of these categories, sort of concerns, limitations, adjacent height limits, things like that. And so but we don't want to lose all those thoughts, those good, important points, by waiting until some draft mass rezoning comes to us. And so, but I'm wondering if when we get to the motions on the individual items, whether, for example, on this item we're looking at now, if we want one motion regarding whether we're supportive of the 696 units, which will be necessary for the to forward to the HCD, but then I could call it a companion motion where we could express concerns about, in this instance, whether this whole area should be rezoned from GM to housing to accomplish that, and send them in pairs to the city council, both to give them some insights into what we're thinking, and also to give us place markers when the zoning does come back to us, that we will already have a little bit of a record of at least the commission's thinking tonight. So it's just a procedural thought moving forward.
I just want to make one comment as an addendum or a footnote to this, is that the consultant who we hire and pay had no problem with this combined zone. I mean, we can, but in terms of acceptance by HCD, that was not an issue from her perspective. Vice Chair Suma.
Thank you very much. I would like to associate my comments with the well-expressed opinions of and comments of my colleagues, Commissioner Chang and Rupavar and Rekdal. and Heckman. And yeah, I share all the concerns about doing this right. I think the last thing we want to do, I share all the concerns about hazardous materials, air quality. No one mentioned sea level rise. I'm not sure if that's an issue or not here, or if we need to consider that. But also, I think what we want to avoid here is making a expensive, because it'll be new building, and we have evidence of how expensive it is per square foot in brand new apartment buildings recently reported from the VTA lot project. So it could be very expensive, but also a lesser neighborhood without walkable amenities, with noise or smells, or, I mean, I am somewhat, I think that there's been a lot of transition away from general manufacturing to office in these zones, GM zones and ROLM zones. That's always tripped you up if you try to say it fast. So a lot of them have already transitioned. We have a lot of experience with super site funds in Palo Alto, you know, with the Mayfield development, both upper and lower, and CPI. And so I think we need to be mindful of the hazards that may exist in air and underground, in the groundwater, et cetera. But I also think we need to be, as Commissioner Chang puts, thinking about making this an equally desirable neighborhood. And that doesn't mean it's going to be single family homes. We know it's going to be multifamily homes, but with all, make it comparable, a comparably, you know, nice place to live to other parts of Palo Alto. So those are some of my ideas. And then I like Commissioner Heckman's idea about the companion motion, because when I was thinking about this meeting, I struggled very much with not wanting to have to be too negative about these ideas, because as we've been told, this is kind of a catalog of sites and the details will be figured out later. And so but I don't want to get locked into being in favor of something that turns out to be something I don't find desirable. So I think the companion motions might be a good way to sum up in a easier form our concerns for the council. Thank you.
Okay, any other comments on this strategy? And let's move to a related one, which is the ROLM.
Okay, as mentioned, residential uses are allowed as a conditional use, and identifying ROLM sites would have a yield of 902 units. And yeah.
Okay, comments on this one? Commissioner Chang.
So I'm broadly supportive of this. I don't think I know enough about these ones to say that, oh, it makes sense to do sort of a, you know, change the zoning entirely. But to the extent that we were able to do something like what Commissioner Rupavar suggested, where you have like chunks that are changed, that would make a lot of sense to me. A little bit of an adjacent comment / question I have is, what is the Stanford Research Park zoned?
It's zoned RP, research RP for Research Park.
Research Park.
Yeah.
Okay. Just thinking about this, thinking about this area made me think like, gee, we really want Stanford. It would be, we need Stanford to step up. If not, you know, time is short, so we can't get it to happen for this cycle. But how do we? I mean, Stanford has, on Stanford land is a lot of offices, right? Which and also the hospital, which drives some of the new housing in our city. And so it's an adjacent comment, but I think that we've got to do something to try and get Stanford some movement on some of the Stanford properties. And obviously we as the PTC can't really do much about that, but council can. So I don't know what the right mechanism is, but that's my 2 cents there.
I think that's a great comment, Commissioner Chang. We do have the 3 properties, I think, plus 1 staff recommended Stanford-owned property. They're not all in the research park, but they are within the city's boundaries of Stanford land. So there is that. I think part of it does also relate back to what Commissioner Heckman was saying in the suitable and available. And so we want land that is suitable and available in the next 8-year cycle for development of housing. And so that's how those 4 sites became identified, is kind of doing that overlay of what land is unleased or will be unleased within the next 8-year cycle and thus be available for housing as well as suitable for it. Certainly, if the PTC and council wishes to have more land rezoned for housing that's owned by Stanford, certainly a conversation. It just may or may not be eligible for part of the 6,000 plus that we need to get to for the housing element certification.
And no, I understand that it's not going to be part of this housing element certification. So that's why I say it's an adjacent conversation. But if we wanted it, for example, for the subsequent in 8 years from now, housing element conversation, we need to start the movement now. And absolutely. I don't know who it is, because the PTC can't really do much about that. But if the PTC can say, we really think this is important, I think that would be a valuable piece of direction that we could throw, to council.
Absolutely. I think that can be part of our programs discussion as well. So part of what we do in the next 8 years is the policy and programs and that background work, as you're saying, to get ready for the next cycle. And certainly housing can get built on non-opportunity sites during the cycle. So if we have a place that's great for housing that we didn't think of, let's, roll up our sleeves and figure out how we can advance that for sure.
Yep. Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I'd say me too for that discussion. But back to the ROLM, both this and GM, I think it's really good opportunities for housing, but we have to build neighborhoods here. And that means that, the bus lines are concerns, schools are concerns, other shops nearby. We have to have some type of retail zoning nearby here, particularly the GM area there along Charleston would be a very good spot for ground floor retail. So we have to look at additional zoning to make this more credible location for housing.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Rupavar.
Just super quick, I echo what Commissioner Rectal said. I do think, if we're going to do this, we should do it right and include retail and properly. It's outside of our purview. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but 100% make it a great neighborhood.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're going to have on our agenda for the retreat, as I kind of flashed, I think, at the last meeting, and to get on our work plan authorized by council, that we can start creating kind of the boundaries for what is needed to design what would be a whole new neighborhood like this. So I think we are all eager to dig in on that. So we'd like to outline it at the retreat and then get it approved by council on the work plan. I thought I saw another hand here, but I don't see it now. Oh, Vice Chair Sima.
Thank you. Once again, I'll associate my comments with my colleagues. And this is kind of the same as the GM, although this looks like a little more of a self-contained area to me. But I think the same issues, make it a neighborhood, think about the other things we need to zone for to make that happen. And I really appreciate Commissioner Chang's comments about Stanford and putting on our thinking caps, to determine how we can get them to be more involved, especially given, and I don't have the numbers on this, but especially given the percentage of employees they draw to Palo Alto through the hospitals and the university and the research park. And I would really like to see some housing in the research park. Stanford, it's already zoned that way. That's a possible use. And Stanford has already started putting housing in the research park, and I think it's reasonable to incorporate more.
Okay. Other comments? Then our next strategy is Stanford in 3 different sites, and then we can go from there. We do have, and as attendees tonight, the 2 people on the working group from Stanford. So if we choose to, we can address questions to them after we review these, or in the context of same. So Tim, go ahead.
Sure. Okay. So as the chair mentioned, Stanford proposed 3 sites that are under their direct control. They're not under lease. And with those, they had certain proposals for the 3 properties that had certain assumptions in regards to height and maybe some parking. And what the working group did, initially they approved the Pasteur and Transit sites. And then when they revisited the 3128 El Camino Real site, they proposed reduce the unit yield from 225 as proposed down to 744 units. So the overall yield for the 3 sites is 744 units in regards to that.
Comments on this one? Commissioner Rectal?
Commissioner Suma's hand was up. Did she have comments on this one? Or is that a ghost hand? Okay.
I thought that was good.
Okay. For the 3128, that was kind of awkward because I think there was support on the working group to have more density there. Some people were afraid of the height there, but that I'm not quite as concerned there because you have the Palo Alto Square right behind it. So I think it could handle more height. But also there's some concern about the fact that do we want to do council's job? If we recommend something that's too dense, should we reserving that right or that task for council? And so we rezone this to only have 60 units per acre, which is still pretty dense, but especially if you had a little height, I think you could go higher than that. So the 225, I think there is some conservatism on that one. Then for the Palo Alto Transit Center, one important point there is that is public facility zoned, PF zoned. And so that leads us to say, would we put constraints on this? And the housing element work group still has not discussed this, whether we constrain that to be affordable housing only, since it has PF zone is for public good. And I think that's in everyone's interest. We need, as Commissioner Heckman said, we really have to show credibility when it comes to affordable housing, and having this be affordable housing would be very good. It also is, we're short land for affordable housing, and this would be one area where both Stanford and Palo Alto need more affordable housing. There's so many people who work at the shopping center, who work on campus, who work in the research park that have low ages that would qualify for these affordable housing. So it's in everyone's interest, I think, to have the Palo Alto Transit Center be affordable housing. Thank you.
Commissioner Heckman?
At our last PTC meeting, when we were discussing this, Cheryl Klein spoke to us, part of the working group, and she mentioned one of these sites is potentially amenable to a much larger number than came through the working group. My memory is it's the Palo Alto Transit Center, but I'm not positive.
Right. That's right.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mr. Wong, could you pull up a map to show that location, the Palo Alto Transit Center? And then while that's happening, perhaps one of the members of the working group can tell me, did Stanford have a number that they were supportive of? And what were the larger numbers that were bandied about in the working group, even though apparently this 180 is the one that ultimately got consensus?
You want to take that, Keith, or?
I don't know the numbers offhand, but I think this was on the lower end of the scale. I mean, Stanford had 3 designs, one of them being around 80 feet, one of them being like 115, and another one being 130 feet of elevation.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah.
And I think this corresponds to the 85-foot number. So if we went higher than that, we could have many more housing units. But one of the concerns was just that it already is elevated above downtown, and do you want this thing looming above downtown? On the other hand, you have there are a couple of properties nearby that are on that neighborhood of height over 100 feet. You have the Stanford Pavilion, which is across El Camino from this, and you also have the big apartment complex near the creek on Alma. So both those are large, and so those would be mitigating reasons why you might allow higher density here. But there is some concern. The council ad hoc had concern about this looming above downtown, and would this be too imposing at this time?
Yeah, part of the plan also was to build housing above what is now the current sort of bus station. So it would be replaced, but we wouldn't have to retain it. We would just replace it more modern with housing above it. The restaurant that's there does not have to be moved. It could be moved either on the site or literally off the site, but it could remain in place if that was the preference. Obviously, you could put more housing there if there wasn't a restaurant there. So there's a variety of options. And the other thing I don't think you mentioned this one is that some building height would be facing towards the El Camino Park or El Camino, which is kind of an isolated area. There we go. And I think you mentioned the other higher buildings in the area, so there is some consistency there. Clearly, in terms of credibility with HCD, housing by railroad tracks is going to be very convincing, because that's where we know we have at least one good transit system to bring people to and from town. So just trying to address your question.
One more point I want to raise is that Director Late suggested that we hold off on this and not count it for this cycle, because his concern is that the rail is going through here and we still have to figure out what we're going to do on the Alma crossing. And most likely that would the Alma would go down under the railroad tracks, which would require the railroad tracks to raise up a bit. And so if we were doing substantial change of the rail height at this point, do we want to do that after or before we build? And I think we want to do it before. And so Director Late was suggesting that we hold off on booking this. We still work it. This is a really prime site, but that he thought it was a little optimistic that we figure out what we're going to do in rail, then figure out what we do on this all within 8 years. So that's another consideration.
Okay, so Mr. Wong, thank you for pulling up the map. So is the transit center area we're talking about, is it just the brown right in the middle of our image?
That is correct. Yes,
Okay.
right here.
All right.
The narrow part.
Yeah.
All right. And I guess I have a concern about Director Late's concept. I mean, my concern is, well, if we drop it out entirely, then we don't know what's going to happen to it in the next 8 years. If we even keep it at 180 and it builds along that, then we really lost an opportunity when the train comes through, and I'm who knows when that's going to happen, when that's really going to happen. I still haven't, I'm still wanting to know the numbers, the higher numbers that we heard last time. And if none of the panelists have them, I did see, oh, she just left, it looks like. Cheryl Klein was present, but it looks like she's dropped off.
She's here, Commissioner. She's a panelist now, like before, and we just had not neglected to promote her.
Oh, okay, great. I'm glad she didn't leave. I couldn't figure out why she would. All right, well then, if they were her numbers, and so if I could ask her to just remind me, because I'm sorry I didn't take good notes last time, what the larger numbers were, and the logic regarding those larger numbers.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I think, I can't remember what the middle number was, but I know that for going up to like 130 feet, I think the number was about like 560 units that they could have built there, that they could build there. It's definitely in the slides that were presented at the meeting. So Tim or Claire could probably pull it up with
Yeah, if you give me
not
a
right
few
now,
minutes,
but
I can
later.
get that range. So pardon me, sorry.
Okay, so since we're not making recommendations right now, we can pull the numbers and just fold them in as we go along here. But I guess the point I want to make about this one is this is another location, I think, that we should go big to provide a bigger buffer, so that for the reasons I described before when we were talking about the parking lots, this concern I have that well, here's the finding that supposedly we're going to need to make. We have to findings based on substantial evidence that the use will likely be discontinued during the planning process. In other words, during the next arena cycle. And so examples of that provided in the letter are there's an expiring lease within that period, or the building's dilapidated, and the structure is likely to be removed, or a demo permit has been issued. And these are from the HCD, incidentally. There's a development agreement to redevelop the site. Property owners provide a letter stating its intention to develop the property. So these are serious hurdles for us to overcome. And according to the letter, there have been occasions with the city of Camarillo and the city of Beverly Hills where the HCD has actually rejected their plans because they didn't provide substantial evidence in this regard. So, the solution I'm proposing is let's build up the buffer. And I think this is a good location to do that, even if we don't actually get to it, because it's part of the buffer rather than the designated group. We have it in reserve in case we need it.
Commissioner Rectal?
A question for staff. The by right, does that apply if it's in the buffer? Or does that only apply if it's in the 6,000?
I believe the by right provision would apply to the carryover units from the previous housing element cycle. And obviously, if there was any locations that the city determined to have by right housing.
Yeah, but for next time, so let's suppose we put a whole bunch in the buffer now and we don't use them and they carry over to next time. If they were in the buffer, would they have by right at next housing element?
Assuming the policies remain the same, 8 years elapsed tomorrow, then yes, to carry over the transit site, for example, if it was included in this buffer, to have it still be included, we would need to have it be by right housing there, and possibly upzone it or some of the other things that you have to do to carry over units.
Attorney Yang?
Sorry, I'm just double checking. I thought it was the by right provision was for sites that had been identified in 2 previous housing elements.
So Yeah, that is, I think, where it is currently. I thought that it was the prior to.
It's, oh, if I could just, the past two housing elements, if they're vacant sites, and the previous or the current housing cycle, if it's a non-vacant site, has the by right if it's carried over. Just as a clarification. Yeah.
We do think that if it's in the buffer this time, even if it's not in the 6,000, it's just in the buffer, then next time it would be a by right. Is that correct?
That's right. If it's identified in the housing element, I don't think we're really saying which sites are part of the buffer and which parts are not when we do that.
Oh, we just give them 6,600 and then that's it. Okay.
That is correct.
I think what perhaps Director Late was trying to say, or a way this kind of discussion is going, is to say that if we include it now and it doesn't develop in the 8 years because of all these other factors, like the need to figure out what we're doing, the grade separation, et cetera, it could easily be that we get to the end of the cycle and it hasn't transpired because of all these kind of mitigating and interconnected factors for that site. But again, it doesn't mean that we can't pursue housing just because it's not identified in the housing element. And so if things got moving really quickly and things came together, certainly that's a possibility.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Tanner, we lost you. You are now frozen.
As well to have housing there. And I was just saying that we could still have housing. We could still pursue housing there, even, oh, my internet's going out. It's
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Director Late,
sorry about that.
When we talked to the meeting, Director Late was pretty clear that he thought this was a very good site and that we should continue pursuing it. He was just skeptical of including it in this housing element.
Right, and getting down to more specifics, which we don't want to get into too many specifics, but Stanford and the city and so on could work right now, carving out areas where the train might go through. And it doesn't mean you can't work on it. The question is, should we include it in the cycle? And the interim is what can we do that's more than the 744 and less than whatever the top number was, 850 just in that site. I'm sorry, not 744, 180. What can we do that's more than 180 but not 800 or whatever the top thing was? That could use another look in this cycle, I think. Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. I feel like we're getting a little ahead of ourselves designing this site, which we weren't going to be doing, but good discussion. And I have concerns about this site with regards to Director Late's concern that the primary function here is to accommodate the rail and bus. It's a bus depot where Samtrans, NVTA both use, and it's a pretty important site for that public transportation. I want to point out there's 2 historic buildings on the site. It's not just a restaurant, it's a Julia Morgan building, one of the most famous California architects. That's a real architectural historic jewel in our crown. There's also associated with it is the memorial to veterans of wars in Palo Alto right in front of it. And then the Art Deco train station is also a historic site. So I'd like to incorporate those into any vision. I'm very sensitive about this site being higher, and that a really tall building there was not considered desirable very recently, and was a bit notorious in our recent history. So I think it would, I want to be careful about that. I do think it's a great place for housing. Oh, I just want to verify that the reservoir is under the park, not under any part of this site. Is that correct?
That is
correct. Okay. I think I heard correct. And then I think it would be a really neat thing to do here. There was an original Olmsted landscape design that was never completed, that was to be on both sides of El Camino where Stanford meets Palo Alto. Not that that would have to be done exactly that way, but it might be nice to think about that as we think about the site, the unfinished Olmsted plan. And those are my ideas. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. I think that the piece of information that Commissioner Reckdahl shared about Director Lee suggesting that maybe we don't want to include this, that actually makes some sense to me, mainly because if we're talking about only 180 units, like I believe in the totals that Mr. Wong had showed us, that they were already, like, you know, we had more than necessary, even with the buffer. And I think it's really important to get this site right. I think it's a fantastic place for housing, a fantastic place for affordable housing, and particularly because it's a PF zone, and that's kind of a public benefit type zone, it would really make sense to have affordable housing there. So I echo what Commissioner Reckdahl said. But I can see some value to not including that one site. On the other hand, if we think that we need to show kind of vacant usable sites for affordable housing, then I would like to see this one included, but have it earmarked in that way. Thanks.
Vice Chair Suma, do you have more comments? Okay. If there are no further, then let's move to the next one. 3,300.
And 3,300 is actually it's not under direct Stanford control. It is a Stanford property, and staff brought this forward because there was a previous application on this site, which included residences as part of a PHZ pre-screen, but we didn't take, since there was developer interest on this site, we used a standard 40 dwelling units per acre, and that yield would be 92 units. And just to let you know, you had mentioned Stanford Research Park or Stanford owned properties. There is ongoing discussions with the leaseholder of Palo Alto Square. And if that discussion comes to fruition, that could also have a potential yield of 300 to 400 units. Palo Alto Square, just to be clear, is not part of the proposed strategies. 3,300 El Camino Real is, but just wanted to point that out to the PTC. So this would be more of a consideration of the 3,300 El Camino Real site, and it's 92 units.
So that would add, if that came through, that would add to our sort of back room number that you stated at the last meeting, where we have inventory and reserve that we don't have in the buffer or in the numbers, correct?
No, the 92 units would be part of the.
I know, not that, the 300 to 400.
Yes, exactly. And if the housing actually it's built, you know, we will certainly count it towards our current RENA. Yeah.
Right, whether or not it's in our original number of 6,600, because if that comes up in that site, it would be a excellent spot for more housing.
That would be great. You are correct. Yes.
Okay, comments on this?
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Reckdahl?
Yeah, looking back at the staff report, when this 3,300 went to PHZ, they were proposing a mixed use with office, but then in addition to that, they would have 187 residential units. So 92 is pretty conservative.
Yeah, good point. Okay. If there are no further comments or any that someone hasn't forgotten, we can go to our second round. No, let's see, Vice Chair Suma.
Just a question. about the site. This is the CPI site?
3,300?
Yeah, okay. So I guess I'm kind of confused. Staff is talking to the leaseholder on this one and seeing if they wanted to pursue a slightly different project than they had originally. Is that what's going on kind of?
That is correct. Understanding that there was a previous interest on this site for residential uses, engaging the developer again about, again, reintroducing residential uses on this site.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we've been into this for 2 hours. I think this might be a good time to take a little break before we go back through the second round and do them individually and put some markers in the ground. Is that okay with everyone?
Chair Lau, we just have one more strategy.
Oh,
the
we do?
staff suggested.
Oh, sorry.
And just to let you know, these are, as in the discussion, we talked about suitable and available. And these are staff suggested sites where the sites previously had whether pre-screen or previous applications that proposed residential uses on these sites. And so using that as a criteria, those additional sites would yield another 91 units. And so that is the last strategy proposed for that the working group approved.
The objection to staff suggested sites? Okay, let's take about a 10-minute and come back here at about 7 minutes after 8. And we'll resume. Thank you. Okay. So unless there's any general comment, then we'll go back to the top of the list from last week. And we'll look at each of these totaling the 6695 with including the buffer, and try to find out where we are in terms of our recommendations to council. So we can start with motions and then followed by discussion, unless people want to start with discussion and make a point. So the first one is on pipeline units. Commissioners, Commissioner Chang.
I'd just like to move that we recommend that the council approve the pipeline units, or
Okay.
include the pipeline units in.
Motion by Commissioner Chang, second by, who was that? Commissioner Suma? Vice Chair Suma? Okay, discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Sorry, what was that?
Your hand is still up and you made the motion. If you want to comment, you can.
I don't think there's much need to.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman?
Yeah, I just think in making these motions, since there have been a lot of numbers, in fact, on the sheet we're looking at, there are 2 numbers for pipeline units. I think it would be good to specify in the motion the number of units for the particular category. So in this case, I think it would be 565.
Agreed. We should definitely confirm that in the motions. Thank you for
I thought that the number for this one was already in flux because there's already another application coming in.
That's going to keep happening on this unit, on this category for a year or so.
Right. So I'm less worried about it for this one.
Yeah. But that's what we have now. So any other comments? Then let's go to roll call vote, please. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, I'm not clear. Is 565 in this motion or not?
It's in the motion.
Okay.
My editorial comment was that it'll still change over the next year.
Okay, great.
Okay,
Okay, I will, conduct the roll call vote. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
yes,
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
thank you. Next up is ADU at 512. Commissioner Chang?
Quick question about that one. If we were to receive more applications for more ADUs, could we also nudge this number up by a little bit, given that it's a 3-year average kind of thing?
Over time, yes, but I'll let Mr. Wong speak to that.
It's possible if we took a look at the end of 2022, and just to clarify, they are permitted ADUs, not necessarily submitted applications. Just
Okay, permitted.
it would be have to. I guess we could take a look in 2020 at the end of 2022.
Okay, so would we be doing that? I mean, I guess I could make a motion again.
Okay,
We recommend to council that they include these 512 ADU units in the housing element, and edit as appropriate if we receive more, if there are more permitted ADUs.
okay, second. I'm sorry, who did?
Commissioner Suma.
Okay. Thank you. Any other discussion on that?
That's Vice Chair Suma to you. Vice Chair
Thank
Suma.
you. Thanks.
And to you too. Okay, could we have a roll call vote on that, please?
Yep. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes,
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
great. Okay, then the MFA, do we need a quick re-explanation of what that is from Mr. Wong?
MFA is multifamily allowed. So those are sites that already allow for multifamily. And just again, a correction, the 461, we are removing 2 RMD zoned sites. So the total would be 457.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Do you have comments? Commissioner Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. I could move the MFA at 457 be included in the site strategy.
Okay, second,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Rekdal. Any other discussion?
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay, anybody else? Then let's go with the roll call.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes,
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
okay, thank you. The next one is number 1 up zone. It's 1640. Is that currently accurate, Mr. Wong?
That is accurate.
Is there a motion on that? Need a motion on that one for 1640?
I'll
Commissioner
move.
Heckman,
Go ahead.
I'll move the working group recommendation as modified by staff for 1640 in the upzone category to be recommended to the council for inclusion in the site inventory.
seconded by Commissioner Rectal.
Yep.
Discussion? Vice Chair Suma.
This is where I'd like to, one of the places I'd like to take advantage of being generally supportive with conditions in sort of a companion motion. So is that something that,
Did you want to specifically amend this, or did you want to do an?
I don't know how you
companion?
want to do it. It was Commissioner Heckman's idea and he
Yeah, it's
mentioned. a companion.
perfectly acceptable, but I think some of these can be amended and some are just sort of more guidance, companion motions. So I think either is okay.
I'm not familiar with a companion motion, so.
Well, it's not from Robert's Rules of Order, but it's sort of, guidance on what the commission is thinking on, for example, upzone. Do you want to articulate what your issues are that you want either included or in a companion?
Sure. Generally supportive of the concept, but concerned about some of the, I take notes on what everybody else says, but not myself, but concerned about some of the specific impacts, including height transitions and other development standards.
Commissioner Heckman, you want to help out here?
Sure. So the concept of the companion motion is because we're not limited to any particular number of motions on this agenda item.
Correct.
So I was thinking, and this one's a good example, this is that we'd have two motions. First, we'd have the pure motion that deals with the information that needs to go to the HCD. Then we would have, and that'll be voted on and perhaps it'll be approved. Assuming it's approved, then we would have another motion, perhaps by Vice Chair Suma, that really speaks to the concerns we have for the rezoning. She mentioned, for example, the height limitation of adjacency in certain locations. And so those are things that would be a separate motion that we're alerting the council to as they take the next step and start to look at the mass rezoning to be sensitized to that. So that was my view. It wouldn't be a friendly amendment to the current motion, but rather the next motion that we hear.
Right. That's perfectly fine. And I was just saying that there could be some that have amendments to them, so we can do both. That's all I was saying. Commissioner Chang?
I guess where I come out on this is for some of them, it's kind of like a condition, not necessarily, I don't know, I haven't thought about it completely, but for some of them, I am conditionally supportive, if that makes sense. So like, it's really important to me that to the extent we can, the GM zone is rezoned. So I would prefer it if it were in one motion, if we think it's feasible and it wouldn't become too cumbersome, because then it would be much clearer to me what I'm exactly supporting.
Yeah, that could be an amendment approach, as I was suggesting. So
okay,
I think both, from my perspective, both are on the table. Wouldn't rule out either one. So Commissioner Suma, would you like to, on this one, take Mr. Heckman's approach and just vote on the motion and then do a companion?
I'm happy to hear Commissioner Chang's amendment to it to incorporate into
Did I just get cold called by you, Commissioner Zuma?
No, I'll try if you want me to.
I would love it if you would try.
Okay, sadly, when I don't take very good notes on what I say, so if I forget something, maybe you did. So, can we add to this motion that, while generally, in favor, there are conditions that would make it, more favorable to the commission, including maintaining existing height transitions, extend those height transition from neighboring sites. So those are the, if that's clear, the height transitions from neighboring sites, add those height transitions protections to RM40 and maintain parking standards. Commissioner Chang, did I forget something?
No, I think that's me.
Oh, and maintain private and shared open space standards on these sites.
Was there a second for that motion?
I have a question about it. I guess we can't discuss till a second.
So do I, but I want to get the second on the table.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, is this being offered as a friendly amendment or as an amendment? Because if it's a friendly amendment, it's a question for the maker and the seconder. If it's an amendment, then we are looking for a second.
I always aim to be friendly.
Okay, so as stated, I don't see a second, so I think that's off the table. Commissioner Rectal, did you want to speak to a different angle here?
I'm sorry.
There was a second on the original motion, so if this is a friendly amendment, then it would be, you have to ask the seconder.
I'm sorry, I didn't recall the second because I thought we were trying to get one from Vice Chair Suma. All right, so the original one is just to approve it as is, correct? At 1640. All right, so discussion on that motion. Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, my question with Commissioner Vice Chair Suma was the whole height transitions and stuff like that. That's part of the zoning. So the only distinction I would make is the difference between we're upzoning from RM30 to RM40, and there are some changes on that. And so if you're saying that you want those things that change between 30 and 40 to go with the new property as it goes up to 40, that would be the only thing we'd have to specify in the amendment. Or am I missing something?
No, I think the intention is to maintain the standards that exist, but I would also like to extend the height transition protections to RM40.
Okay, well, I'll just speak to this as we worked it in the working group, and maybe Mr. Wong could speak to it as well. But all of this has to go to council for vetting and determination, and something to the level of parking standards for all of our 40s or our 30s would be something that would be up to their discretion. And I don't think that in this stage of the housing element process, we can attempt to constrain what they want to do there, because we're just doing basically site inventory as this says. If Mr. Wong, if you would like to add to that.
Yeah, in addition, also as part of the housing element, we're looking to remove barriers to encourage or spur housing development, and adding an additional height transition to a zoning code or a zone district that may not have that could be also perceived as a barrier from HCD. So, but Commissioner or Chair Lowing is correct. In this, we're looking for capacity and not necessarily constraints or feasibility, that things that may diminish the feasibility of a site.
And in fact, when we get to the program stages, the working group could come back to TTC, just to pick an example, with lower parking standards in certain areas to incent developments of R40. So we're not at that stage yet.
Didn't staff already mention that the city council directed staff to look into, maybe I misheard, look into extending that, height protection to RM40?
In general, yes.
Yes, so we do have that direction to look at that. I think what I hear you saying, Commissioner Zuma, and perhaps if other commissioners agree, then it can be part of the motion or a separate motion, is that the existing kind of development standards for RM30 would carry over to RM40, and in addition, height transition zone, again, where feasible, would also carry over from the RM30 to the new RM40.
Yeah, I think that's said better than I said it, so thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
I liked how I liked how Director Tanner said it. So can I second that then? I'm confused where we are because I can't remember who. So I know that Commissioner Heckman made the motion, but I can't remember who was the second. And if it's a friendly, then both Commissioner Heckman and the other commissioner need to.
Rectal.
Oh. It could be a friendly amendment, or again, it could be that there's that motion and there's a follow-up motion that is more about the transition and dimensions, versus I believe their motion was about the upzoning strategy. Correct me if that's wrong.
So if this is an amendment, then we have to go back to Commissioner Heckman and Rectal. So let's do that now, Commissioner.
You want me to try to restate it, or are we clear?
But I think we're clear.
Okay.
Commissioner Heckman.
So this is our charge tonight it's in the recommendation section of our staff report. We need to make a recommendation to the council for the housing element sites and their associated unit yields. That's our charge. And the things we're talking about, while they're important, they're not part of this. They are really part of the next step, the zoning, how we're going to accomplish it. And so these ideas, I really think they need to be a separate motion right after we vote on this one, a standalone motion, and we can see where everybody falls on them. But what I'm afraid of is if we start down this path of folding zoning concepts into a capacity motion, we're going to, first of all, it's going to take a long time, and you're going to get a lot of no votes, even though people are supportive of the idea. So I'm going to decline the friendly amendment.
Okay. So with that, we're back to the original motion, which was to approve the 1640. Is that correct, Mr. Yang?
Yes, I believe Commissioner Chang had a question about, or expressed an interest in potentially seconding Commissioner Suma's friendly amendment as a regular amendment, or an unfriendly amendment. So that's an option if Commissioner Suma would like to make that as an amendment. But unless we go down that path, we're back to the original motion.
Okay. What you're saying, Mr. Yang, would be an unfriendly amendment.
Yes, that's
correct.
That's an option here, but if that's not made, then we're back to the original.
Well, we can try that and see where the votes fall. And if that doesn't seem to be a good process, I'm a little confused here, but if that seems to be a time wasting process, we can just go for the companion sort of motion, if that's preferable. I'm open to what people want. I have a question.
Is it about the motion that's on the table?
It is
The 1640?
about, it is, yes, it's tangential, but I have a question. If I vote yes for any of these things tonight as a general idea, when it comes back to the programs and zoning changes, I can have different ideas. Is that correct?
Yeah, to be clear, what will happen after this is the program and policies will come back. The zoning changes would come back probably a year from now,
Right.
after the housing element is adopted.
Correct.
Okay. So let me go ahead and suggest that as an amendment,
It's an unfriendly amendment.
as an unfriendly amendment. I thought we didn't use that word anymore, but that's fine. And then, and see if I get a second.
I'll second that. This is Commissioner Chang.
Did either of you want to, any further comments on that unfriendly amendment?
I will just very briefly, I think, not holding the process up, but giving the city council, without them having to read all of our conversation, if they don't want to, some of the concerns related to some of these site selection decisions, I think is a useful thing for the council. And I think it also expresses potentially some of the commissioners' points of view more clearly.
Commissioner Chang?
I just think it's a more accurate statement of what I'm supporting. So as I said before, thanks.
Commissioner Rectal?
I'm a little torn about this because I understand what they're saying about if you just vote thumbs up, thumbs down on the capacity, that your opinions could be taken out of context if there's some conditions associated with that. But I'm also sensitive to Commissioner Heckman's concerns that we could be here all night fine tuning each of these motions. And I wonder if it would be simpler if we do a thumbs up, thumbs down, because the city council is going to have to make this zoning and they're going to have to come to the conclusion. And so maybe a bunch of smaller nibbles is better than one huge bite. And we could say thumbs up, thumbs down. Do we think that this overall is a good process, good, something good to pursue? And then we can have subsequent motions that say, I want to carry over this or carry over that. And then that gives them more information than it's just one big vote, because then that one big vote, it's hard for them to determine why people voted one way or another if there are competing issues. So I think I'm going to not support this, even though I understand why they would do that.
Yeah, I would like to speak as a commissioner before we go back to Commissioner Heckman for a second. This is a site inventory discussion. I don't think that if we voted for all of these to go through, council is going to believe that we just say it's carte blanche, we like everything. And I think that this is we've got to put the horse before the cart here. And I think the amendment puts the cart before the horse. We're starting to talk about things like zoning and parking and things like that are, from 6 to 12 months away. But lastly, I just want to say that we get a second and a third bite at this apple. This isn't over. So I don't think that probably any of these motions need to be made tonight, even the companion ones. If there are certain amendments, which is why I meant to mention it before, that, for example, when we get to faith-based institutions, that we're adamant that it has to be affordable housing instead of not affordable housing, that's more to the essence of the motion, in my judgment, than kind of nuance around zoning and parking. Commissioner Heckman?
Procedural question of our assistant city attorney. Rather than call this a unfriendly amendment, isn't this a substitute motion that's now contained in the handbook we adopted maybe a year ago? Is that what this is?
No, this is an amendment, and it's distinguished from a substitute motion, which is not allowed under PTC's rules, because a substitute motion completely reverses the original motion. A substitute motion would be, I move that we deny, we completely remove this strategy from the site's inventory. Whereas an amendment is, adding conditions or something like that is in this case.
So then the process here would be, after the discussion, we would first vote on the amendment and then vote on the underlying motion.
That's right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I won't be supporting the amendment for the reasons I've stated before. But so I'm hoping it will fail and then it can come back to us as a companion motion to illustrate our concerns. And then we can talk about it in that context.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, can you just clarify if this is, if zoning is agendized? Because I was just rereading number 3 and it doesn't look like it.
Right. So we're not considering the zoning right now. I think some commissioners expressed a concern that they would not be supportive of this strategy unless certain conditions were attached. And I think that's an appropriate conversation to have under what's been noticed.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Rectal.
Go stand.
Vice Chair Suma, is that a go stand?
Ghost hand.
Okay, so seeing no other hands, let's vote on the amendment. Does everyone know what the amendment was?
Chair Lau, we can repeat that back.
Thank you.
Okay. We have an unfriendly amendment to carry over the RM30 development standards to the new RM40, including height transitions, parking, and open space. So those items in particular, I think, is that correct? Did I capture that right?
Okay, so was Ms. Kakeva take roll call vote on the amendment?
Yes. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Chair Lowy,
No.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
No.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
A motion fails 2-5.
Okay, we'll go back to the original motion, which is to approve 1,640 in what's called number 1 up zone. And I think we've discussed that already. So can we call for roll call vote on that, please?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma. Vice Chair Suma, did you say yes or no? Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. We're already up to number 2, Caltrain stations. Motions on that one.
Would we be doing any companion motions right after each one, or are we going to wait to the very end?
Can do that if someone would like to do that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense since it's in our mind now to make the motion right now. Okay.
Okay, I'll
So-
make the, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was going to ask you to do it.
Oh.
You read my mind.
So I would like to move the former amendment, which was to carry on existing RM30 development standards to and extend to RM40. And I think the list was such as height transition protections, parking standards, and on-site open space requirements.
I'll second that.
Discussions about that? Commissioner Heckman?
So my particular concern about the form of that motion is that it's recommending changes in our zoning without any staff analysis of the impacts of that, whether it's whether what's good about it and what unintended consequences there could be. So I'd be a lot more comfortable if the form of the motion, rather than to recommend that it be done, would be to recommend that it be investigated so that we can, so that we can find out how it would work. I mean, right now, I don't even know the sites where all of the sites and whether it's always going to be appropriate or not. And so I'm not in a position to support a motion declaring an intent to change the zoning, but I would be interested in learning from staff whether it's a good idea to do that.
Well, I think that's a very good point. So I'll change the language to reflect that point, that it not be declarative, but to investigate.
Agreed.
Not seeing other hands, I'll just comment. Again, that I feel that we're getting a bit out of phase here. And when we're talking about parking constraints and keeping them the same or changing them, much the same as Commissioner Heckman, we don't have data on that. And that's going to be somewhat geographically specific and project specific. And there are, like it or not, going to be some programs that suggest changes in that are still coming. So any changes that are made in the programs could completely obviate this. And while I appreciate the change from Commissioner Heckman in terms of investigating it, I think it's incumbent on council and staff to investigate all of these things as we make these changes and as recommendations are made to council. So to me, and I don't mean to be harsh about this, but to me, it's a little bit redundant because I think it reflects on the process that's intended. So I don't know that it's necessary. It's fine to say investigate it, but it feels to me like that's what's going to happen anyway. Commissioner Rechtel?
I somewhat agree, but I'm concerned about taking their approval out of context. And so we're just putting the previous vote that we just had, just adding some context to that, just saying, council, these were our concerns, evaluate these concerns. So it's not binding, especially with the new language. I think it puts things in better perspective. But it is a slippery slope because you can start micromanaging on all these things and we could be here all night.
Any other comments?
So, I mean, it was Chair Heckman's Commissioner Heckman's suggestion to use this companion motion format. If that is a format that is not gonna be efficient, is there another format, just except for the minutes, where the sort of conditional concerns can be expressed? Maybe staff can suggest.
In this case, I think it happens to be the content rather than the idea of a complementary guidance motion. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't think that there's a different format. I think it's just the efficiency with which the commission takes up the format. And so, if a maker and a seconder want to make a change, they make a change. If they don't make the change and then just have the motion get voted on. If it fails, try again. If it passes, then it goes forward. So I don't want to sound like I'm being basic about it, but I think it's just, folks can disagree and that's okay. And just to disagree efficiently, I suppose, might be the way to do it.
Thank you. Commissioner Heckman?
So I'm hoping this companion motion succeeds. I'm going to support it, even though I don't know when staff comes back to us someday with their investigation results. I don't know that I'll support actually taking the step of recommending that we do it, that we make the R40 the same as the R30. But I do think in this context tonight, that there's an opportunity for us to have consensus and perhaps unanimity on the capacities. And I think that's a good message to send to council. But I'm recognizing, hearing on a lot of these items, commissioner concerns that also need to be reflected and carried forward. And so that's why I'm hoping that the companion motion format can succeed and that we can approve them so that we can give the council the full flavor and again, create a record for ourselves when this comes back to us of our hesitations on certain of these items.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to weigh in on the format. I don't have a problem at all with the companion motion in concept. I do think that the concern over whether or not council will receive a report of our conversation and points we brought up, it feels a bit overwrought. I do think they read our minutes and follow along as closely as they can, and staff also supplements that report back to share our concerns. So I'm not sure we have to make a motion on every single point in order to get those things across. So I just wanted to throw that out there. It may not be that every single thing needs to have a vote. Thanks.
Okay, there are no more comments. We can go to this new companion motion and please call the roll.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, next up is Caltrain stations. Commissioner Heckman?
Working group staff recommendation of recommending to council that we have 798 be the capacity for this category.
Second.
By Commissioner Rekdal after motion by Commissioner Heckman. Any discussion? If none, can we go to a roll call, please?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Transit corridors, oh, sorry, Commissioner Suma.
Thanks. I'd like to make a companion motion that I guess I'll continue with the word investigate if people are comfortable with that to make it consistent. Investigate the appropriateness of 50 dwelling units per acre, especially for the Mayfield neighborhood, which is already very impacted by projects and the concomitant traffic and parking.
What was the specific geography that you were carving out there?
For the Mayfield neighborhood.
Is there a second to that? Okay, seeing none, are there any other motions?
Nope.
Commissioner Templeton?
Should we make a motion to kind of carry this all in a basket, that there are concerns that we bring up and ask staff to bring it? So that we, to include it in their report to council so that we don't have to have so many motions? Or
I'm
is
not
there a
sure.
way to add efficiency to that? I'm just brainstorming. But
I just want a little bit of clarification. I wasn't quite clear what you were suggesting. The basket?
well, I was trying to think of a way to alleviate the concern that staff wouldn't bring these discussions in front of council by just making a general motion that our objections are included in the report? Because I mean, I think these discussions are valuable. I'm just not sure the effectiveness of our current approach.
Assistant Director Tanner, do you have any comment on that?
I think we can certainly include the comments from the PTC. The reason to continue in this manner, if the PTC wishes, is if there is or isn't a majority. So certainly we can say, commissioners expressed concerns such as, X, Y, Z, but that it won't necessarily give a sense of if that's the concern of the entire commission or a minority concern. So again, happy to think about efficiency. I think Commissioner Suma made a motion. I didn't hear a second, and so that would fail, and it would just go on to the next thing, and then it's on to the next item.
Okay.
So yeah, I was thinking mainly for things that are points of clarification that are not included in the motion. So I would assume things included in the motion would be things that would have consensus, but we still should bring forward the concerns even if they don't pass as a motion. You know what I mean? That's really what I'm getting at.
Typically we do that, yes.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I know it's been a while since we've had conversation like that, and just wanted to refresh everybody that is your practice. Thank you.
Commissioner Suma?
Oh, just to be clear, I did not have a concern that staff wouldn't represent a multitude of the positions of the Planning Commission in their staff report to council. I just actually, for myself, felt more comfortable because I feel like this process is a little open-ended, and but I'm perfectly happy to put a motion out there in this companion form, have it fail, vote, and boom, move on. I don't need to delay it at all. Thanks.
Okay, so so we're done with companions and we're moving on to transit corridor, I believe, right? So we need a motion on transit corridor.
I move that we accept the 274 or recommend the 274 units for the transit corridor strategy.
Commissioner Heckman?
Second.
Okay, thanks. We have a motion and second. You can support the motion if you like, gentlemen, or we can get other comments. Other comments? Seeing none, let's go to a vote, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, thank you. Next up is number 4, faith-based institutions, calculated at 148.
May I speak to my no before we?
Oh, certainly.
Briefly, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's fine.
I just, if these companion motions aren't going to work, there are some things that I just feel I want the community to know my opinion on. And I have always been uncomfortable with, there's already RM30 and PHZ to accommodate these areas. I am very uncomfortable with relying on, as ephemeral, a transit as a bus line, especially given some of the troubles the VTA has had specifically in maintaining ridership. And appreciate that the ridership may go up if we get more housing on there, but that would happen. We can get more housing through the PHC and the existing zoning. And I find these sites particularly difficult to maintain the impacts for neighbors with regards to height transitions and whatnot because of the quick transition behind El Camino in the back of the block to low density residential. So I totally support housing in these locations, just don't think we need to make this change.
Okay, moving to faith-based institutions. The motions on that one.
I move that we accept staff's 148 units for the faith-based institution strategy, provided the units are affordable, all affordable.
So technically BMR.
BMR, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'll second that.
Commissioner Chang seconded.
Mhm.
And then discussion. Commissioner Heckman.
I just wanted to confirm with Mr. Yang that we can make the motion in that format.
Yes, that's an acceptable motion.
Then I'll be supporting the motion.
Yeah, this is another example of HCD does not care whether or not we say that they should be affordable or not. And in terms of approving the kind of the units, but we want to say to council that we think that they should be affordable. So that's more the important part of this one.
Yeah, I have no problem if you want to put this into a companion motion. I don't care.
I support it. I support it. I only have one question, which is that one of the sites that happened to be used was up to 36 units, and 36 dense units on a parking lot in an R1 is relatively high. So the only question I have is, did we want to put any sort of a cap on the number of units, even though that they're affordable?
We could have a concern that when they do the rezoning, is that something that we would, when rezoning comes back, would we consider that?
We
Or
could,
is this just a concern that we want to have a companion motion that would tell the council that we're concerned about the possible impacts of the neighborhood?
I'm just raising it as a point of discussion. I don't think it has to be in it. Any other comments? All right, let's go to a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Is GM next? Yeah.
No.
City-owned parking lots. Mr. Heckman?
I will move inclusion of 168 units on city-owned parking lots be recommended to the city council for inclusion in the inventory.
Commissioner Templeton?
I'll second.
Any discussion? There we go. Commissioner Rekdal?
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I still wonder, six developments in 8 years seems a little aggressive on this. And so do we want to consider reducing it, or do we just want to say, no, we're going to go for it and do our best and try and hit 6? I'd be interested in people's thoughts on that.
Commissioner Suma?
Well, I think we're saying to other points that were made tonight, this isn't to say 6 projects will happen. This is to say that 6 sites might become available. So I don't know. It seems like, I don't know if that makes sense, but if you're gonna consider this, wouldn't we want to consider it on all the sites, knowing that not all the sites are gonna take advantage of it? Like, I'm a little confused because we seem to be kind of doing both things. I mean, I want to support looking into all of these things, but I'm not going to necessarily be in favor of all of them. It just, you know, so I could support 2, but understand what I'm saying, Commissioner Rectal? It's like, if we need to find 6,600 sites for potential, not knowing whether which of these might develop in the next 8 years. And certainly I think we'll have other housing developments come forward under other zoning in other places. So
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not 100% comfortable with the whole format here tonight, because I think it feels to me like I'm saying yes to something that I don't know what it's going to be yet. But I keep having to remind myself that I've been told I can say no later. So, and I think the council needs to look at all of these things.
Yeah, so my comments on the motion is that I completely support the motion. Don't know if we'll get 7 sites, but it's only 168 units. So if we only get 150, or if council decides 6 months from now to bring it down to 4, that's in their bailiwick. What we're saying, again, our exercise is capacity and inventory. We're saying there is this suggested capacity of using 6 of the whatever number of parking lots that there are. So I'm comfortable with where it is.
Okay, I'm comfortable too.
Other comments? Okay, seeing none, let's go to a roll call vote on.
Yeah. Commissioner Chang?
Sorry, I just had a question that before we vote, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll allow it. But you have to get off mute.
Sorry. Are these affordable units on these, on the parking lots?
Yes, they were. At least that's in the working group. We had designated these as affordable.
We can specify that.
I would want to specify that because it's city-owned land, and I think that's, you know, land, the cost of land is such an important issue and barrier to affordable housing that if we were to include it, I would want to insist that they are BMR units. Can I make that as a friendly amendment?
Yeah, will you incorporate that, Commissioner Rectal?
I made the motion and I will
sorry.
accept that friendly amendment.
And the seconder?
Did I second that?
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I accept that.
That was the intent coming out of the working group. So yeah, it should be in the motion if we agree. Okay, please take a roll call vote.
Yep. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman?
Yes.
Chair Lawing?
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar?
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. GM zones.
Yeah, I'll make the motion on this. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Heckman.
I will yield to Commissioner Rectal.
Okay, I will have a companion motion to go with this, but we'll keep it simple and just say I will move to accept the GM zoned 596 sites that staff recommended.
Second, Commissioner Heckman.
Yes, please.
Okay. Any comments, Commissioners Rectal or Heckman? No. Okay, other comments? Understanding there will be a companion motion. Vice Chair Suma?
I just have a question. Why not try to incorporate the companion motion as an amendment as we've been doing, just to maybe have one vote instead of two?
I think it's cleaner if we just say thumbs up and thumbs down.
Okay, thanks.
No other comments? We can go to a roll call vote, please.
Yeah, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Complimentary motion, Mr. Rekdal.
Yes, I'm concerned about, the schools, transit, and retail to support these neighborhoods. And so I would make a motion that we encourage council to perform early planning to identify transit, school, and retails to support these new neighborhoods.
Okay.
Again.
Commissioner Chang seconded. Commissioner Suma.
Sorry, I was gonna second, but I was also gonna ask if we could include parks.
Yes, I'm
and
happy
bike
with that.
lanes
Yes.
And bike lanes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thanks.
Parks Commissioner Rekdal, that's your heritage. You must include those.
Yes.
Okay, other comments? Commissioner Heckman?
I guess the way I feel about this companion motion is we're recommending to the council, we're encouraging the council to do what we know they have to do. And so, right, they're going to plan this part of the city as it becomes more dense. But I'm going to support the companion motion because, again, in this context, I understand that Commissioner Rekdal's vote, for example, in this area was hesitant but affirmative because these are his concerns. And so I want to support communicating those concerns. So I will vote yes on this.
Any other comments? Okay, let's move to roll call vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Vice Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, now there's a series of Stanford sites here that, oh, sorry, Commissioner Chang.
So I'm gonna beat a dead horse here. I don't know if this is where I need to make another companion motion here, where of all the companion motions, this is the one I feel the most strongly about, which is when it comes to looking at the zoning for this area. I really think we need to look at carving out sections that would just be housing. I don't want just an addition of housing to the GM zone. So I don't know, are we doing multiple companion motions? Because if we are, I would like to make one.
I would second that. So
Okay.
if you want to make it, I'm going to second. I was going to make it. So go ahead and make it.
Please
and I'll
go ahead.
second.
You might have better words.
You can
than I
probably
do.
articulate it. Let me take a stab and somebody fix it, but move to have council consider rezoning sections of GM for multifamily use rather than interspersing or adding residential use to GM. Did that capture it, Commissioner Chang? Do you want to fix
Yes,
it?
I think
or-
it did. I second. Thank you.
Other comments? This is on GM, correct? Commissioner Heckman?
The same comment as the last one. I think this is something the council's naturally going to do when having submitted this area to the HCD, it comes back to them for zoning. So I think this will be useful to them to see what we were thinking about when they get to that point. So I'll support.
If no other comments, let's vote on that one, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Anything else before we move to Stanford sites? Commissioner Heckman?
I think
we have to do the Rome zone sites first. The second one down.
We do.
I'm happy to make a motion since I
Go
have the
ahead.
floor.
Yes.
I will move the working group staff recommendation. The council include 910 units in this category in the site inventory.
I'll
910 or
second.
902.
sorry.
Commissioner Rupavar seconded. 902 is what's in the graph.
That's what I meant to say if I didn't.
Okay, any comment? Let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
You're on mute.
Yes.
thank you, Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, any companions there? Commissioner, Vice Chair Rupavar, Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. Just a question to my colleagues is whether we need to have the same sort of companion motions, especially about that we had for GM for this. And if we could just repeat that. I didn't write down the exact words about planning the whole neighborhood, basically. Just
Commissioner Chang? Unmute, please.
Sorry about that. Yeah, I think they're one big area. They're very interrelated. So I would be up for repeating that first motion from the GM.
okay, then I'll move the identical language of companion motion number 1 for the GM zone for the ROLM zone.
I'll second.
Okay, motion and second, identical motion for Rome as we did for GM. Any comments? Okay, let's go to roll call on that, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, thank you. We're on the Stanford proposed sites, and I think we do have to keep them separate and vote on them separately with any information we have on each. So the first one is Stanford's Pasteur Drive at 425.
I move that we accept the working group recommendation for 425 units on Pastor Drive.
I'll second.
Commissioner Chang seconded Mr. Reckdall's motion. Any discussion? Commissioner Heckman?
Just think we need to tag on to the end of that motion and make that recommendation to the city council rather than just accepting the working groups. We need to make the recommendation.
Yeah, I accept that.
Me too.
Okay. If there are no other comments, we can vote on Stanford's Pastor Drive site.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Reckdall,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, any other comments on that site? Let's go to the next Stanford site of 3128 El Camino Real, down to 144.
I move that we recommend to council that recommend to council that we identify 144 units on the, or accept, recommend that council accept working group recommendation for 144 units at the 3128 El Camino site.
Thank you. Second. Commissioner Heckman?
I'll second.
Rectal motion, seconded by Heckman. Conversation, Vice Chair Suma.
I was going to second, but I just wanted to make doubly sure it's not mixed use. It's all housing. It's not office.
It's 100% housing.
Thank you.
Okay, let's vote on that, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Reckdall,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Motion carries 6-1.
Okay, the third item is the
Chair?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
May I speak
Commissioner.
to my no?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I think we definitely want to build housing on this site. I'd like to see us build more. I don't agree with the reduced number. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Heckman?
I have my hand raised on the next item, the transit center.
Okay. Then let's go ahead with that, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. I wanted to start with a question of Mr. Wong. Earlier tonight when we were talking about this, you were going to see if you could retrieve the numbers that were part of the working group analysis. There was an upper number and then a mid-range number and then this 180. I'm wondering if you were successful in tracking those numbers down.
Yes, I was. So the easiest is, pardon me, but I will share my screen because Stanford proposed 3 scenarios. So let me go ahead. It's a little crude, but you can see 180 was the lower end of what Stanford proposed at 75 to 85 feet, but it went up to 530 units at the height of 137 feet. So based on that, the working group recommended the 180.
Okay, thank you for that. And then one more question for when I see these ranges, Just again, to understand a little bit better how the working group worked, it seems like they tried to be conservative and so would often go for the lower end of a range. Is that generally accurate?
Yes, correct.
Okay, then I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to council inclusion of 360 unit yield for the transit center as part of the site inventory.
360 was the number.
Yes.
Question, was there a height associated with that?
Yeah.
Yes,
and
there
the-
was 105 feet. Oh, excuse me, sorry.
I couldn't read the print, it was too small.
Is there a second for that? Commissioner
That's a-
Templeton?
I'll
Thank you.
second. Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Templeton seconds. Okay, and Commissioner Heckman, you want to speak to that motion?
No, I don't really have anything to add beyond, when we were discussing this in the first round, I provided my thinking, and that's really where I'm still landing on this. What I'm looking at is a year from now, we can rezone to make it possible. Whether it happens in the 8 years with all of the complexities of this area, that remains to be seen. But I'm hoping to remove an obstacle by including this number in inventory.
And Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. Yes, I think this is a area that has a lot of potential, and with the least amount of disruption, I think this is a place we should be a little bit more ambitious than the numbers that the working group came up with. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
2 questions. The first question is this all supposed to be BMR housing?
No, that wasn't the proposal.
Okay, and then the second question I have is, Mr. Wong, is it possible for you to show that other slide that you showed again?
Yeah, this is a cleaner version. So let me go ahead and. Yeah, this was part of the Stanford proposal.
Okay.
You can see.
Can somebody who was privy to the working group conversations explain why the working group chose 180 instead of 270, because it's a pretty large difference?
I don't recall the discussion between 180 and 270. The discussion between 75 and 105 came down to, we thought that we would be overstepping our bounds by asking the council to double the height. The current height limit is 50 feet. And people had some concerns about going up to 75 to 85. That's, you're increasing the height limit by 50%, but doubling, we thought we might be overstepping our bounds, especially considering that the council ad hoc showed no support for those higher heights.
Okay, thank you.
I think one other item to add to what Keith said is that we were looking at ranges in both those cases. So the difference between the high end of the range of 75 to 85 at 270 and 360 was not really that material. But I like Keith, I don't recall how we got down from 270 to 180.
Okay, well, I'll just say that this is one of those where I think the height is just like the number of units is completely determined by the height. So while I think it's a location that's really great for housing, I'm not sure what number I would feel comfortable signing on to. I don't think I really have enough information about the implications to the surrounding area and all of that. So And I'm also cognizant of what Commissioner Rectal shared about Director Late's concerns. So I don't think I'll be supporting this motion.
Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, one of the big concerns I have is the by right. If we include 360 in here, that means that Stanford by right, if we don't build it this next 8 years, which is quite conceivable due to the rail complexity, they can now then do by right if we change the zoning. So I have a real problem putting 360 because we may really paint ourselves in the corner. This is one where I'd want to see the design. Right now we have no design. Maybe 360 works. It's next transit. I would really like to squeeze as much as we could, but I would like to change the zoning after seeing the proposals, as opposed to just putting a number with no idea what that's going to look like and no idea what kind of impacts there are on that.
Vice Chair Suma.
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Rectal. I'm very concerned about the site because we're doing something very different here than we did with the other sites, which is design the site with minimal information. I do not find the height of Hoover Pavilion to be the least bit relevant at all. It's a very different setting, actually, even though it's close by. I don't know what's going to happen. This isn't giving me any information about what's going to happen to the historic resources. And, you know, I mean, people were uncomfortable with expressing general concerns about zone changes. And here it's a complete like project in a package that may have conflicts with our needs at the rail station. And I also am concerned about by right consideration. And I won't be able to support this, even though I do agree it's a great location for housing, but I can't support this in this way. It's totally locked in, even though we don't know what we're locked into.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you. I would like to try once again to make an appeal for this site to have more housing. Just looking at it on the map, you can see that there are plenty of larger buildings in this area. It's not adjacent to kind of the sites that we were concerned about with the transitions and things like that. This is, if we can't authorize a significant amount of housing in a site like this, then we have to question where, you know, this is the most practical place we have looked at tonight for this kind of potential. So I would encourage everybody to just look at it. And yeah, we don't have a plan in front of us, and we're not being asked to look at a plan. We're asked to look at the potential of the property, because that's a task here. So I would just love to see us have a little bit more ambition for this type of site that doesn't come with the cost of adjacency and disruption that some of the other sites might. So I really encourage you to think about the potential here. Thank you.
Assistant Attorney Yang, do you have something to add, please?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick note about the by right provision in the housing element law, and assuming it's unchanged in 8 years, the number that we assign to this site today won't have an impact on what is permitted by right. There's a specific, density per acre that they would be allowed to by right, and it's it's not affected by whether we've identified this as being suitable for 180 or for 360.
But if we change the zoning, then if the by right, that affects the by right, right?
No, all we're required to do is have the zoning for the site permit the state, mandated density by right, not the, not whatever zoning we have in place.
So if we want HCD to accept this number, don't we have to have zoning that's consistent with these numbers?
Yes, but what happens in 8 years if this site does not develop is that we will have to amend that zoning to allow a lower density by right. We can
So
still,
for example, what we're doing with the carryover sites that you previously voted on is that those sites would have a base density that is spelled out in state law what that has to be in order for that site to carry over. And so, for example, if the PTC were to support, I'm just going to go with the first option in the table, 180 to 270 units, there's an associated density per acre and kind of building form that comes with that. But that is greater than what the state requires under the by right provision. So we're already kind of over that. So if in 8 years the housing doesn't materialize, and we decide we want to include the site again, the by right, both density and it kind of associated building form would be less than likely that form of the 75-foot 180 to 270 units.
it's 20 units per acre that we would be required to permit by right.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Lee?
Commissioner Heckman?
Follow up on this by right issue. Even assuming we get into a position where we have to let somebody build by right, does that mean we have like no design controls, that they can build a, brick building with no windows, just, fire escapes? Are there no controls, or do we have a limited range of controls?
So it's a complicated question. There are no controls that would make our review into a project under CEQA. And there was a recent case saying that if you can have design review without something becoming a project, as long as that design review is truly about design. And so you're not going to be able to affect things that would have an impact on the environment, right? So there is some potential for limited input, but it's not the amount of input that we're used to in Palo Alto under our ARB process.
Okay. So I'm finding actually, I see Ms. Campbell's hand up first, so let me pause.
Yeah, I was just going to share that the by right provision, the objective standards, and once we get that nailed down, that will apply to the project. So all of those things and those parameters will help guide to a certain extent how this project is going to look. And of course, it has to meet those minimums. And if it doesn't meet those minimums, then they couldn't take advantage of those by right provisions or that exception.
Thank you for that. And that's what I was thinking is it's not that our hands are completely tied. So, I mean, I've made a motion to have this number be 360 because I'd really like to see 360 units at the site. And to me, it's not necessarily a negative that if it's not built in 8 years, that they build it at 360 through some by right provision, because then it gets built. And that's what I'm hoping happens here. And we'll have our objective standards in there to control that. But I want the commission to recognize that already tonight we have approved, and I haven't done the exact math, but over 6,000 units. And those aren't just kind of generic units anywhere in the city. Those are specific little boxes that the working group and planning staff have labored over specific properties. And every one of those we could be having the same conversation about, even though we haven't designed the zoning in particular, and we haven't looked at the nuances that have been the subject of some of our companion motions. So I think they're all in the same boat. I think this is a great opportunity, kind of a little bit remote. So we don't have a lot of the interface concerns with the lower density residential that some commissioners have referenced on some of these sites. And so that's why I'm really promoting this site for again, the low end of the mid-range density. So I hope we can get at least a majority of commissioners supporting that.
Well, I'm going to just make a couple comments. This is what Stanford proposed, and they put, approximate height on that. It's not a specific project. And as it went through whatever it would go through to eventually get to a project, these numbers could change a little bit, which is one of the reasons why they used ranges of unit counts. On the site, the train station is not going to be touched. The phenomenal architectural Julia Morgan building is not going to be destroyed, but it could be moved or left in place. And where the Red Cross is, there's nothing there now. So it's just complete open land, and the transit center, as I said before, is going to be built. But I think there is a lot of angst about these height numbers in the city. And again, that's kind of something that's up to council to make a decision on. So in some sense, I think the height number is kind of getting us off the track. You know, the transit around our only good transit, which is the train station, is right here and at two other places. So whether it's the transit center or other spaces in the city within that quarter-mile radius, you know, I think this is a primary area. So I would like to get more than 180, but I think that it was trimmed down by the working group to be conservative. So one suggestion, I'll try to make a friendly amendment to what Mr. Heckman proposed and say let's use 270 instead of 360, which tells the council and Stanford that we want more, but stays within the range of where it was. So that is the intent of our guidance there. I'm a little bit sensitive to, you know, Director Late's comments, and I don't know how that would be restrictive of building now, but at this point, Stanford committed to 180. So I would think as a goal, putting 270 in there would get that message across that we'd like to see even more housing, you know, in this transit area. So that'd be a friendly amendment. Commissioner Heckman.
Oh, to respond to your friendly amendment, here's my thinking. I'm hoping you would withdraw it. As we haven't heard from Commissioner Rupavar yet, but Commissioner Lowing, you may well be the swing vote here because we've heard from the other commissioners, and so if that's true, then my motion at 360 would fail, and the next motion perhaps would be at 270, which I would support if 360 can't succeed. But I guess I would tell you that we know that the council is sensitized to the height issue, and that what we're doing is we're forwarding a recommendation to them. And so I'm sort of wanting to tell them that our thought is let's go big here, not outrageously big, but big, with frankly the expectation that they're going to pull back the reins a little bit somehow. And so, but I'd like to give them, rather than have them pull back from 270, I'd like them to pull back from 360. So I'm going to decline the friendly amendment, and we'll see how the vote plays out.
Did Commissioner Rupavar want to speak?
Sure, I'm supportive of 360. I tried to second it, so I thought everyone kind of knew that.
Commissioner Vice Chair Suma?
I thought I heard our attorney say that this was the equivalent of 20 units per acre. Is that true? Or could staff, all these can't be, I don't know how big the site is because it doesn't say on the parcel map, but can you confirm how many units per acre these ranges are?
I'll ask Mr. Wong if he can confirm that. What Mr. Yang was saying is that if in 8 years, the city wanted to keep this on the list, that the by right provision would need to be at 20 dwelling units per acre if it's under today's law.
Okay. That's what I thought maybe. But do we have any idea what these other numbers are?
I think Mr. Wong can try to get that. I'm not sure what the current dwelling unit per acre of those numbers are. We'd have to know the site acreage. I don't know if he has that at hand.
We do have the acreage, it's 4.3, oh, sorry, 4.5 acres, so we just need to do the math for that.
Okay,
Thank
maybe we can hear from other commissioners while we do that math quickly. Thank you, staff.
Commissioner Templeton.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm trying to determine how to address the concerns about the height, because this is adjacent to downtown. It's adjacent to hospital and other large buildings. And it seems like a good place that if we had to have height to get hundreds more units, that this would be a good place to do it. So I just want to throw that out there, that of the kinds of places where you could tolerate a higher building, this is probably the most appealing site. Thank you.
Commissioner Rexall.
The one point I want to make is that this doesn't preclude going higher. Right? Just because we have a certain height or a certain number doesn't mean we can go higher. It's just, well, what are we booking? What do we think is feasible? What do you think is likely? And so certainly any of these numbers, we want council to scrub this and try and go as big as possible. But how much do we want to commit to?
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes, that's a great point. And I don't know that, as PTC, I don't think we can commit. We can recommend and encourage council to commit to the maximum. I agree with Commissioner Heckman. They probably will adjust this, and it's great to have an ambitious starting point for that.
Yeah, I do think that the comments by Director Late are material, and I don't know that Stanford's taken a look at this after his comments. So honestly, as I sit here, I don't know if they would even say they could do 180 now, or if they have to wait until the train situation is sorted out. I mean, I just don't know where they stand on that, because some history is past. We're waiting for some stat from Mr. Wong? No.
If you're taking 360 units divided by 4.5 acres, that comes out to 80 dwelling units per acre. If using the 360.
And it was how many per acre? I didn't hear.
80. The site is 4.5, so 360 divided by 4.5 gives you 80 dwelling units per acre.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Any other comments? Ms. Campbell, were you going to say something?
I was just gonna help Tim out if I had the range of numbers for the dwelling units if needed, so it's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. If there are no other comments, then we'll go with the original unamended motion of Commissioner Heckman, which is 360 for transit center instead of the 180 working group. Roll call vote, please.
Yes. Commissioner Chang,
No.
Commissioner Heckman. Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
No.
Commissioner Regdal,
No.
Commissioner Ruparvar. Commissioner Ruparvar, you said yes, right? Just to confirm.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Chair Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay, do people want to speak to their no votes? Commissioner Chang?
Just to,
I will- So
Sorry, Attorney Yang?
yeah, in general, we have commissioners speak to their no votes on a motion that passes because, you know, the
Thank you.
concept of majority is being conveyed, you know, by the motion itself.
Yep, thank you. It was close enough that that's why I made that mistake, so. Okay, so that motion is defeated. Mr. Heckman, did you want to go back to a different motion?
Would like to.
Go ahead.
I will move that the PTC recommend to the City Council 270 units of additional capacity identified with the transit center.
I will actually second that. And other comments? Commissioner Chang?
So my question is regarding affordable housing. What are the implications of putting, you know, if we do not build on this site, what are the implications of allocating some of them towards affordable housing, if any?
Did you say if we do not build?
Yeah, so for example, let's say at the end of 8 years, we're not, you know, there's no motion on this because there's no motion on building on the site because what's going on with the train is too up in the air. If by specifying that some of these units be affordable, does that change anything in terms of the buy right or anything like that?
I don't know that it would change. You're saying for the next cycle or within the cycle?
For the next cycle.
Again, I do anticipate housing element law probably will change over the 8 years. So assuming that it stays the same, I don't believe that the affordability component would necessarily change that. I think, you know, where affordability actually comes into play is more sooner with SB 35. And so if the city isn't meeting its RHNA within the cycle, projects with lower amount of affordable housing, you know, are eligible to be built in the city essentially, you know, by right. But that's not really related to what y'all are considering tonight.
Okay, thanks. So I think I'm still actually pretty concerned about what the issues that Director Late has raised. And as in the current totals, to get to the 6845, we were only counting 180 units here, with the understanding that everybody would like to build more here. But as a result, I'm not even sure it needs to be included. And so if we include it, in my mind, what would make the most sense is to assign some affordable units to this, because that's where our city really falls short, as we'll see in the next agenda item. And this is currently PF zoned. And so we have a little bit more, and it's a big parcel of land. And we know that affordable housing is most successful when there is a large parcel. It's also likely to be a higher build. It is even with 180, a taller building. With 270, it's even taller. So I think that if we're going to include it, we should be including some percentage as affordable housing. That said, I'm not sure that it should be included at all.
And if I could just clarify with the city does have BMR requirements. So if it is built at whatever number of units on that site, a certain percentage, if it's ownership, it'll be 15%. And actually one of the programs we're looking at, if they're rental units, one of the programs we're looking at is revising our BMR requirements to provide rental units in the development. So there will be some type of BMR requirement for any type of new development in the future. So there will be an affordable housing component to any construction.
Commissioner Chang, you went silent.
Yeah, and will we get credit for that in terms of the housing element?
Absolutely, yes.
Because that's, I mean, with respect to the public comment that we received about, you know, does a parcel, I can't remember the term, but like, is it actually likely that housing could be built here? Right? This is essentially vacant, right? Like if we rezone it, it is, you know, it's a high potential site. So seems to me that we would want to put as much affordable on this as we can. It's also a great location for people who maybe can't afford to own cars. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. And since Ms. Campbell had the it all figured out, how many units per acre is 270?
Hang on one second.
Sorry, I'm just really bad at doing that kind of math.
That'd be 60.
Would be 60, yeah. Thank you.
60, that's what I wrote just by instinct. Okay, that's great. Thank you. So a bunch of comments. One, I'm really concerned about Director Late's concerns about the timing here. I'm concerned about the history of the 27 university site and doing something here that will seem equally disadvantageous. But most importantly, at 60 units per acre, what's happening on the rest of the 4.5 acres? I mean, we have 60 units on half an acre. So I don't understand this, and I don't understand why it has to be that tall if it's spread out like that. I mean, both the Wilton Court housing, affordable housing project, and the VTA, which is not affordable housing, workforce housing, those are half an acre and they have approximately 60 units. Neither one of them is that tall. So I don't understand what's happening with the rest of the land. And I would like to say something that I believe the city has so little land that it owns that we can donate basically, or do that we can be, they don't own this, but it's PF zone. So let me restate that. A PF zoned piece parcel this big, this close to jobs and to transit is a perfect site for affordable housing. And once it's no longer zoned that way, or it's developed in a different way, we have lost a huge opportunity for affordable housing. I think this, I just can't support this the way it is. I don't understand what's happening on the rest of the site, and that's a concerning thing. And that would maybe indicate why on 4.5 acres, you would have to have something that tall. And also, I think it's a terrible loss of a potential affordable site because of the restricted uses on PF at this time. So I don't think this is the best housing solution at all for our city at this time. Thank you.
Commissioner Rectal?
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment. This is PF zoned, and so this would be a very good spot for affordable housing. So my friendly amendment would be that we have 270 units, but they'd be affordable units, consistent with the current zoning.
Commissioner Heckman made the original motion, so we'll go back to him.
Yeah, I'm going to decline the friendly amendment here. I think this is a different situation than the two categories before, where we had that 100% affordable. I think this on this particular site, it's more appropriate to do this as a companion motion, you know, stating concern and desire rather than sort of a precondition.
Okay, so it's not accepted as a friendly, but Mr. Rectal, you still have the floor.
The problem I have is that this is PF zoned, and so the current zoning is for public benefit, and putting market rate housing on this is going to be significantly profitable. And that's not the purpose of PF zone. So I'd like to make an unfriendly amendment that this is a affordable, these 270 units be affordable.
Is there a second to the unfriendly amendment? Commissioner Chang? Seconds?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Rectal's already spoken to the motion. You want to speak to your second?
That's exactly my thought. I think that if we don't make this affordable, it is a huge loss to our city. That is where we struggle to build housing. And this is PF zoned, and it's a rare opportunity for us.
Comments? Commissioner C, Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. I wonder if the maker and seconder would like to specify the AMI for this, so it's clear that it's for subsidized BMI or housing at the 30 to 60 AMI. Sometimes we get sometimes those terms aren't very clear.
As long as we can say BMR, I don't want to handcuff the council too much, but as long as it's all below market, then I would defer to the council's desires for the distribution, as long as the BMR.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton was up next.
Thank you. I'm trying to understand why this amendment is necessary and couldn't be a standalone motion. I'm super confused about why this is the crucial way to move this forward in an unfriendly amendment. However, it's also confusing because a moment ago, some of the commissioners that are in favor of this unfriendly amendment were saying they didn't want to build housing there at all. So it's sending a confusing and mixed message. I think if we go through this route, I think it would be better for us to all simplify and say, yes, we do want to build housing here, and then to come up and say, our recommendation would be to use this potential bounty of housing for the maximum public benefit. That is how I would support it. I will not be supporting an unfriendly amendment.
Yeah, let me, just as a participant, let me make a couple comments. I think a lot of what Commissioner Templeton said is actually on point, because for one thing, we can't dictate this. We don't own the land, and it's a negotiation with a developer as to what they want to do. So strategically, I do think this is a companion motion is probably better than an amendment like this, because I don't think the amendment is going to have teeth if it were to pass, because we can't dictate to the landlord and the owner of the land what to do. My interest in this, in terms of what I'm wanting to support, is just to send a message to council that the number one priority for where we should put housing is near transit. And I would like to just push that thought along without getting too hung up in heights and exact numbers of units, which is why I'm suggesting doing a little bit more than what the working group did originally, just to point out that. And the fact that it's right on the transit site, and it's going to be high visibility with HCD. But I would support the idea that this unfriendly amendment could be in a companion motion if we wanted to express a preference around 100% affordable. Let's see, Commissioner Chang was up next.
So, thank you. I just wanted to clarify, I am 100% in support of housing on this site. And whether we have it in the housing element inventory or not does not preclude us from developing it or working to lay out plans to develop it. So the reason I'm actually against including it, I mean, my first choice would be to not include the site because of the concerns that Director Late has. But that's not just, I'm 100% in I am 100% in support of having housing on this site. That said, if we are going to include it in the inventory, then I think that this is one of the most reasonable places for affordable housing. So that's kind of a fallback for me. So I just wanted to clarify in response to some of the comments that Commissioner Templeton made. Thank you.
Vice Chair Suma.
Thank you. I also wanted to clarify that I didn't hear a single commissioner saying they were against housing on this site. As a matter of fact, I think we all agree on that. And I don't want to include it in this way in the site inventory table because it removes it if it is developed as market rate housing at any of these densities and heights. It removes it from potentially being developed as an affordable site. And PF zone sites are not as valuable as other sites because they have a restricted use. And so I don't find it a solution to the biggest problem we have is that people cannot afford to live here, move here, and they can't afford to stay here. So I think it's I think it's a little cynical, to be honest. And I don't think that making it all affordable solves the potential conflict with what's ever going on with the rail. But there's such a benefit in that I would be supporting the amendment.
Okay, so excuse me, the unfriendly amendment is to approve, what number was that, Mr. Rectal? The 270?
Yeah, 270.
But mandate that it be all affordable.
Yeah, all BMR.
Right. And staff, I have that motion correct. Okay. So let's take a roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Chair Lowing,
No.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupperger,
No.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the original motion. Or some other one, Commissioner Heckman.
No, there's a motion on the floor with your second, ready to be voted on.
Yeah.
And I believe that's for 360 units,
270.
270, sorry.
270, the 360 was a failed motion. The new motion is 270.
Okay, if there's no other comments, let's take a vote on that.
Commissioner Chang,
No.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
No.
Commissioner Rupperger,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
No.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, thank you for all the opinions and debate, and we have concluded that item.
I'd like to propose a companion motion that this transit site be 100% BMR.
Second.
Commissioner Rectal, did you want to recognize the ownership situation there? In other words, that this has to be a negotiation with the owner, and that's our preference that be the case?
Well, I mean, we control the zoning, right? They can't put anything up on PF without our zoning change. And so we kind of hold the trump card. So
I wish you hadn't used that word.
okay, we hold the upper hand. So,
Okay.
so I don't think that there is a negotiation. I mean, it is, but we don't have to kowtow to them.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. I'm concerned that if we require 100% affordable housing on this site, that it may appear as though we're trying to block projects on that site, because there are times when such requirements would make a project not viable. So I would prefer if we were to phrase it a very high percentage or maximize or something like that. But I'm concerned that the read for 100% affordable would come across as not viable. Thanks.
Vice Chair Suma?
Oh, yeah, I just, I wanted to mention again that PF zone sites are not generally as valuable because of the limited uses that are available. But I would also like to ask staff a question, and that is, I believe this could be redeveloped as a workforce housing site. Is that correct?
You
I
mean
think
with
in
code?
any case, the housing would require a rezoning of this site. And so
But wasn't
I'm
the workforce housing for PF zones?
Yes.
sorry.
It's
too
still an overlay that needs to be applied through legislative action. So it still needs to be rezoned to
Oh,
allow.
I see. The overlay, of course, needs to be applied.
Yeah.
So that's my other concern, is that would be another potential way for this site to be developed. And that isn't really, the workforce housing doesn't really provide the kind of affordability that I think we're looking for. And so that's why I seconded this motion. You know, the 5 cycles of RENA allocations imposed on cities have failed, and each cycle worse. There's a growing gap between, you know, how many affordable sites we are able to come by. It's the hardest kind of housing, and it's very difficult for affordable housing providers to put it together. And so I think it's just, I think it's a super huge lost opportunity. So that's just my thinking.
Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. My understanding is that one of the things that we need in order for more of affordable housing is some increased heights, because then it sort of decreases the cost of the land underneath it. And as I believe Commissioner Templeton mentioned earlier, this site doesn't abut onto R1 zones where you're worried about the heights. So I do think that this is one of the most attractive locations for, you know, a building structure that is economical enough to make affordable housing work. And that's why I will support this motion.
Commissioner Rupert?
So I can't support this motion. I think just having, been in this space, and I don't think that we have the upper hand against Stanford. We're the ones that need housing. I think the realities of the situation don't make 100% affordable viable or realistic. I would support it if, there was some language, as Commissioner Templeton mentioned, regarding maximum or something like that. But I think 100% affordable is not realistic, and we're going to not get it. That's it. Thanks.
Commissioner Hackman? Unmute, please.
Thank you. I'm not going to be able to support this motion. I think the false assumption that seems to me underlies this motion is that if we require it, then that's what'll get built. And I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think if we require it, then maybe nothing gets built. And that would actually be worse than having, some percentage be built for affordable. I think that this is an issue that's going to be taken up down the road when we do the rezoning. And so for now, I'm the form of this motion isn't even investigate. It's let's recommend imposing this requirement. And so I can't support it.
Yeah, I concur with that. We can't really dictate this. I think this is a private negotiation where both parties need to win. And from Stanford's perspective, they need to be able to afford it and pay for it. Almost by definition, that's going to be hard at 100% affordable. So we just have to kind of be open to that. But we don't want to leave this site without any housing, which was one of the other things that came up earlier. Well, let's take away the 180. We need to put the stake in the ground that this is a good place for housing and do the best we can to get a high percentage of affordable. Totally agree with both of those things. But I think the motion, the way it's phrased, I don't think works. Other comments on this? Vice Chair Suma, is that a go stand or? I can't hear you.
It was a ghost hand, but I'm going to take the opportunity to speak, and that is based on what you just said, that if there would be a comfort level with restating the motion as less of a demand, but a investigation and consideration, if that would make more commissioners be able to support this, I wonder if the maker would like to consider that change.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, I would consider that.
So what would the language be from your perspective? I mean, there was a suggestion earlier, I think it was from Commissioner Templeton, you talk about trying to maximize or get a dominant amount of affordable housing.
Yes, I'm happy to assist if.
Please do. Yes, thank you.
What about this phrasing? Request staff to work with the parcel owners to identify the maximum, identify and encourage the maximum affordable housing on this site, something like that?
No, I think that's the problem is that, this is like good intentions. We always have good intentions, but look at the next item, we're going to see what our good intentions produce for affordable housing. And I think we can't be too wishy-washy or affordable housing won't get built. So I would say recommend that City Council make this development primarily BMR housing. Commissioner Chang, what do you think of that?
I'm willing to attempt, yeah, I mean, that's our ask. That's the best we can do in anything is to recommend to City Council. So I think that makes sense.
Any other comments? Oh, Commissioner Vice Chair Suma?
I would think you might want to be specific about that. Are you saying that primarily BMR housing, so you would consider some ground floor retail there? Or did you mean some market rate and some, but primarily BMR? I would think you would want to be more specific. You might want to ask the council, recognizing that this is an extremely good opportunity and location for BMR housing. And by the way, Stanford, I mean, I don't have any data on employees, but Stanford has hundreds of employees in jobs that, not university tenured professors and whatnot, but in support jobs that would really benefit from this. And it would be a great way for Stanford to do something. We were talking before, some of us, about wanting Stanford to be more involved in this process. So
Okay. So are you, where are you, Commissioner Rectal, on the wording?
This, it'd be different if we were writing an ordinance or something like this. We are recommending that council do something. And so even though primarily is kind of wishy-washy, I think that still conveys our intentions. So I'm happy with primarily, even though it's not as clear cut as we would like.
Commissioner Chang?
I'm fine with it too.
Okay. So we have the new motions. Folks speaking to that?
This is just, the zoning is for the public benefit. And this is such a great location. People can walk downtown. They can walk to grab Marguerite to Stanford, walk to the mall. There's so many people in this community that needs affordable housing. This is a great location. This is a lost opportunity if we don't take advantage of it.
Okay, from my standpoint, just to comment on it, this complementary motion, I think this language is better, but it doesn't really change the negotiations at all between the city and the owner. But it definitely declares the intent from our perspective of what we think we need. Commissioner Rectal, your light's back on?
Yeah, I just want to point out that this is BMR housing. It will require a subsidy. And so we should not expect that we zone it and it's magically going to happen. We are going to have to, the city and Stanford will have to work together to find out who's going to subsidize this. So we have no illusions that this is magically going to happen. This is going to take a lot of work. But this is such a wonderful site for affordable housing. It's consistent with the current PF zoning. It'd be a lost opportunity if we don't take it.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think that the previous comments reflect my concerns as well, is that this won't magically happen. And I believe that putting additional barriers that would potentially make it less likely to happen in the way that this is currently phrased, though I do want to encourage affordable housing here and subsidized housing here. I feel concerned about the phrasing of this particular motion actually causing more harm than good unintentionally. I know that's not the intention. We all agree we want to see affordable housing here. I think that the way that housing gets developed, that this could hamper it, as you noted. It won't happen without a tremendous effort to gather additional funds on top of that. So I want to focus on housing should be in this site, and we want to see the site owner return with a understanding of what would it take to get the affordable housing. But I'm not ready to, without more information, to constrain that affordable housing into a certain bucket. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Heckman, last comment.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna encourage the maker of the motion to consider withdrawing the motion. The concern is, I mean, all of us, I think, have expressed, a desire to get more affordable housing. My concern is, if you're making a motion that we recommend that the things be primarily affordable, and that motion loses, which it could lose 4-3, then is the message that we're sending that we don't want it to be primarily affordable? So I think we've had a very robust discussion here on this issue, and I think staff can convey that message in their report without a motion that might not turn out the way that might end up having the opposite message that you want. And in addition to that, I'm still concerned that if the motion passes, it's an obstacle to development. That it pure and simple is an obstacle to development, and the HCD is not going to like that, which is going to hamper the development of this site.
Okay, Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I just want to respond. Earlier, we were talking about the concerns that we have that HCD is not going to take our affordable housing plans seriously. And this is a chance that we can show that we're serious. So I am not going to remove the motion.
Ms. Tanner?
At the risk of stating what we all know, it is 10:21 on my clock. I do want to note, we do need to take up the other item tonight because it needs to be to the state by April 1st. So just want to use that to encourage your comments perhaps to become brief, if you might consider that.
Yep. Okay, if there's no other comments, we're taking up this companion motion. Take a roll call vote, please.
Yeah, sorry. My computer froze for a little bit. Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
No.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
No.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton,
No.
motion carries 4-3.
Okay. Unless there's anything more on that, we can go to the last two items, which seem to be kind of grouped, right? 3300 ECR and staff suggested sites. Mr. Heckman?
I will move the working group recommendation that 92 units be included in the inventory for the 3300 ECR site.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Chang. Any comments?
One comment I have. I think that we can have more than this, but I don't want to have a companion motion. This is just, council should take a look at this and hopefully bump up the density here.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. And then the last item is 91 staff suggested sites. Commissioner Chang,
I was just going to make a motion.
go ahead.
Okay. I move that we recommend to City Council that we include the staff suggested sites at 91 in the housing inventory.
Second by Commissioner Heckman.
Yes.
Okay. Any discussions on this one?
Commissioner Lowry, not on this one, but just so you know, because I know with the lateness of the hour, as soon as we finish it, so when you're going to want to move to the next agenda item, but I do have one more motion on this agenda item after we vote on this.
Okay. Thanks for the warning. So let's vote on this one.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. Mr. Wong, do you have a new tally for us?
I'll need a few minutes.
Okay, I think you're
but-
going to have a few minutes because Commissioner Heckman says we're not done with this item. So,
Okay, yeah, I'll be happy to put together a new tally.
I'm going to distract Mr. Wong for a second before he does that and ask him to pull up on screen the map that shows the concentric, the quarter mile and half mile circles around transit.
Okay. Just click. All right, hold on. So let me share my screen. Everyone see my screen?
Yes, and if you can pull us into a closer view of the Cal Avenue station in the middle there.
Okay. Oop. Sorry, what just happened there? Let me just move it down. Okay, is that
That's
sufficient?
perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. All right. So during our last hearing, I mentioned this area. The working group decided to avoid all low density residential for this RENA cycle, and I respect that decision. But in the long run, we need to densify our transit hubs. And that includes, in the long run, what is currently used and or zoned for low density residential. And so when we look at the Cal Avenue station, we see within a quarter mile, I'm not looking at a half mile, within a quarter mile, we have on the easterly side of Alma, a lot of low density residential and a little bit on the westerly side. I can't remember if that's Park there. In any event, we're going to go through this next RENA cycle. None of that is at risk, but I believe that 8 years from now, we're going to have to deal with this issue. And what I want to avoid is 8 years from now being totally unprepared to deal with this issue. So I'm going to make a motion to see if there's interest on the commission to encourage the council to start a process. So let me make the motion and we'll see if it gets a second. And if not, it'll be over. If it does, maybe we'll have a little discussion. So the motion is this. To recommend that the city council consider a study to investigate increasing density for low density residentially zoned property within a quarter mile of the California Avenue Caltrain station to be completed by 2029 so that its findings can be considered in site selection for the 7th RENA cycle.
Okay, so I guess first of all, it's a procedural question. That is not agendized. And it doesn't have anything to do with approving the housing element that came from the working group. So it strikes me as something that we should agendize and take up at another meeting. Council want to comment on that?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. And I think it is similar to the comment earlier about the research park and getting to work on the research park. It's perhaps something that makes sense as part of the discussion of programs and policies, which will be coming back to the commission shortly.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Just if I could follow up on that and just clarify, we had 2 companion motions tonight that encourage the investigation, really the start of a process for, was it the Rome zone sites and the GM zone sites? And I thought that the nature of my motion was similar to that. We did have a motion, the number 2 Caltrain stations, which would include this area. And so I'm not really understanding I'm okay putting this off to another time, but I'm not understanding the difference between this motion and the motions that we approve, the companion motions we already approved tonight on those 2 other areas.
Well, my judgment, which the council is supporting, is that Rome was something that we are approving a certain number now and suggesting changes there. And that is in context with the current site, not something that, starts 8 years from now. So I mean, if you want to agendize it, I think we can agendize it and bring it up, but particularly at 10:30, starting something that's not on the agenda doesn't seem appropriate to me.
Okay. All right. Well, then I'd be interested in agendizing that issue, and I will withdraw the motion.
Okay, we can find a time to get that one on the plate. Okay, we don't have time for another break. So let's press on with the other item and get to a staff report on that, which is review and authorize transmittal of the 2021 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report to Planning and Research and the 2021 Housing Element Annual Progress Report to Department of Housing and Community Development. So I just want to emphasize those two verbs in the beginning, review and authorize transmittal. That is not debating the things that are in here, and this is a continued hearing. But there is new information here, so I'm told by council that if there is anyone that wants to speak to this item from the public, that they're authorized to do so. And I don't see any hands. So staff report on the comp plan 21 progress. And
Great, thank you. We have Chitra Moitra here to give the staff presentation.
Good evening, commissioners. I know I am trying to be fast here because we have already had a very long night. Tonight, PTC will be reviewing 2 annual progress reports, and these are the comp plan annual progress report and the housing element annual progress report, along with the numbers, RHNA numbers. So staff is requesting PTC to recommend City Council authorize transmission of these 2 reports and to the Office of Planning and Research and Department of Housing and Community Development, respectively, by April 1st, 2022. I'm going to do the comprehensive part, presentation of the comprehensive part, and Tim would be doing the housing element part. So about on the comprehensive element implementation part, we had already met in December 8th of last year, and PTC reviewed the achievement or the implementation of the comprehensive plan programs, and staff has addressed PTC's feedback and comments in attachment D, and explained some of the questions asked by the commission. Next slide, please. So these are required reportings, and the government code 6540, as well as our own municipal code, has recommended filing these reports. So that's why we come back annually and do it. And this is our 4th report. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the distribution of the programs by the elements of the comprehensive plan. And as we can see that the natural environment element has the highest number of implementable programs. And next slide, please. So this slide shows the format of the implementation table, and these are the headings: the lead department responsible for implementing the program, the timing of the programs, if it's a short-term, medium-term, long-term program, and the level of effort required to accomplish the program. And what staff has added is the last bullet here, the status of the program. So every year we review, the departments review the status of the program based on whether it's complete, partially complete, ongoing, or pending. Next slide. So the snapshot of 2021 is that we have completed 10 programs in 2021. And we have 277 of them are ongoing, which is quite a lot. And partially completed is 28, and we have 95 programs pending. And this is just a snapshot and not a cumulative number. So because of PTC's request, what I have done is that I went back and I saw for the last 4 years, how many programs we have reported to be complete. And based on that, we have completed about 74 programs so far. And some of the programs where we designate complete is 100% concluded and no further actions were required for it. But there are some programs which have been moved from completed status to ongoing status, which means that basically the work effort in the program has been completed, but focus is now shifting on monitoring of the programs or other similar work efforts. So that's how we have done over the last 4 years. And next slide. So this is another information PTC requested in December that we need to show the changes, what has happened from 2020. And these are the 7 programs which went through changes from 2020 to 2021. And most of them had gone from complete to ongoing stage or from pending to ongoing stage. So this is a brief presentation of the comp plan item, and Tim would be following now with the housing element programs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please. So we're in year 7 of the 8-year cycle, which is 88% of the way through. Our RENA is 1,988 units, 212 new units were added, 95 being net new. And we were able to include 117 units, or count the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park it's 117 units for this year's RENA also. That equates, and you'll see the math in a next slide, but a little less than 48% of the total RENA achieved, including 108% of our above moderate, and 77% of our housing element programs have been implemented. Next slide. And so you can see this is our RENA breakdown by income category with our final RENA, excuse me, of 1,988 units. Next slide. And so this is our progress towards our RENA. And as you know, basically with 117 units for our very low, pretty much doubled that count. Now it's up to 32%, but as you can see, 108% of above mod, and which leads to a 47% total towards our RENA. Next slide. And so we have 72 programs, and just to let you know, for our update, we plan on at least significantly reducing the number of programs. And so as you can see on the bottom right-hand side, we have accomplished 77%, and you can see the percentage breakdown of those 4 categories. Next slide. Therefore, you can see our staff recommendation to review the 2021 comp plan annual progress report, and also the 2021 housing element annual progress report, and to authorize recommend City Council authorize transmittal of the reports to OPR and HCD by April 1st, 2022. And I think that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Commissioner comments? Commissioner Chang?
Thanks. So first, I just wanted to thank Ms. Moitra and Mr. Wong so much for providing all this information, and in particular for the comp plan overall, because I was really appreciative that you followed through and asked and like recut the data in all the ways that you did, because it made it so much easier for me to understand and kind of zero in on what at least I was curious about. I had a question about the housing element progress. So I was wondering if there were any consequences, or what are the consequences for not meeting our RENA goals for the very low, low and moderate buckets? Or anything, any consequences imposed by the state or whatever?
There are no consequences for not building up to that RENA amount. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then also similarly for the programs and the those that aren't implemented, like, is there something, like, are there any teeth in that either from the state?
No.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my one quick comment would be that I noticed that one of the things that's not completed is the pedestrian and transit oriented overlay. And I mean, that's why I felt it was so important in our earlier agenda item to make a secondary or a companion motion about the planning process, because I feel like without, you know, real direction from council, some of these things are the things that fall to the sidelines because staff is resource constrained. And so we as a city need to prioritize it in order to give staff the resources to be able to do that type of thing, both in terms of money and people and time. And if we don't do them, then we end up with the situation that we had, or kind of currently have, but had before the pandemic, where we had just incredible problems with traffic and pedestrian safety and stuff. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Mr. Rectal?
I was eating an apple. I didn't want to be on video. I had a question about the below market performance. You know, we have 32, 15, and 9%. Do we know what other cities are doing? Or, you know, Mountain View and Sunnyvale and stuff, are they in the same ballpark?
Off of the top of my head, I would think it would be around those. Yeah, for example, I don't know any jurisdictions who have met their very low income, have actually built out their very low income. There might be examples out there, I'm just not aware of it. But I think it's pretty consistent with other jurisdictions.
And also then on a different note, one of the points was, one of the programs was the business registry, and the status for the business registry was ongoing. And I thought that that was kind of shelved. Is it still ongoing?
Yes, the business registry still continues. I think there were some different changes during the pandemic in the early days of it in terms of some relief that was provided, but it still exists and still operates and still collects the data from the various businesses in Palo Alto.
And are we using that data, or is that just being collected and not used?
It's used from time to time. I don't know that our department necessarily uses it pretty routinely, but I know with economic development becoming much more to the forefront, folks are using it for that. And there's going to be a new economic development staff person in the city manager's office. So I imagine they'll also be able to make, you know, more active use of it.
Okay, that would be useful. Another question, there was one about like senior citizen volunteers. Do we have a status of that? How many people actually are, how many senior citizens are in that program? So I'm not asking for the number, but my point is that we have all these programs, and do we have that data stored somewhere that if we wanted to see how many senior citizens are doing this program, that we could look it up?
I think this is something with the community services department. I can find it out for you if
I don't really care for that specific one. I just looked at that and thought, I wonder how many senior citizens actually volunteer for that. And it wasn't in the chart. And I'm wondering, I wonder, is there some central location where the results of all these programs are tabulated? Or do you have to actually find the person who's running that program, call them up and ask them? Is there some central repository of all the data?
Not at this time. We would have to contact the individual departments running the programs and to get that information, because each department would be maintaining their own statuses
Okay.
of programs.
Okay. And these programs are part of the comp plan. How many of them would have been done without the comp plan telling the city to do this? Is the comp plan just telling you to do things that you would have done anyway, or is this actually getting stuff done?
I think that's a great question. I don't think we've looked at it from that perspective typically. I'm sure there are things that are listed that the city would just be doing anyway. And we've listed it just to kind of show that we're moving towards this direction and that type of thing, but it's not something that we're tracking from that angle.
Okay, thank you, that's all.
Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. Question for Mr. Wong. Buena Vista Park was purchased maybe 5 years ago. I'm wondering what happened recently that made it eligible to be included in our tally?
The housing legislation changed. Previously, it was much more difficult to include certain pre-existing sites, but the requirements changed to make it a little more liberal to include different types of housing.
Okay, so thank you for that and for the work you've done on the housing element, both what we're dealing with now and what we just dealt with. And Ms. Moitra, thank you for the comprehensive plan work, and particularly thank you for table 2 from the staff report, which is the listing of the programs with a status change. That was one of the things that I struggled with in the prior versions of the report, and here it's laid out beautifully. And so I'm hoping that we'll see this in your future annual reports, some version of this. The only comment I have, I think Ms. Moitra, you mentioned that this was maybe the 4th year that you've been doing this. Of course, I've been on the commission this start of my 3rd, but it's pretty early in its life. But I think this is a process that is going to potentially go on for decades. Maybe we'll always do it from here on out. I don't know why we won't have to annually review the comp plan. And so because we're still in sort of a young stage, I think we have an opportunity to work on the terminology to make it a little clearer. I still get confused between pending and ongoing, for example. And in one of Mr. Wong's slides, he used the term for the housing element, underway, right? Which sounds to me like maybe that's the same as pending, but it gives me the impression of forward motion. And in fact, when I look at that table 7, some of the things that, things that were complete, that there's actually, when I look just above table 2, you're talking about some of this terminology with uses of complete and ongoing and pending. And I kind of like the term underway, because it seems like some of our projects, that's what happens, is they have kind of a ramp up, right? And you complete the ramp up and then it's in a maintenance mode. And so what I would just encourage staff to think about in the next year is, rather than get comfortable with this group of 4 or 5 words, try to take a fresh look and see if there's a better way that might serve us well for the next 20 or 30 years. Just to fine tune the collection of words. Thanks.
Vice Chair Sima?
Thank you. Thank you to staff for this great report, and thank you especially for answering some questions that we had posed specifically at the end on packet page 157. I had a question, and I know there was something in the comp plan about cottage clusters and protecting them. I can't find it right now, but I know it's there since I was on the comp plan group. But I'm wondering if, and that was to have no net law, not to let cottage clusters of 2 or 3 units or more, sometimes there's as many as 8, be redeveloped as larger homes. And I think there's state law that now requires us to have no net loss of units, but I can't recall which one it is. And I'm just trying to confirm that. So I think that would cover the cottage clusters and of course other issues.
Correct. That would be SB 330, the Housing Accountability Act.
Okay.
If you redevelop for residential, you must replace the existing residential units.
Okay, thank you very much, because I just couldn't remember which one that was. And I'm another one, a couple other things. I'm still a big fan of promoting bird safe building, and thank you for saying that you have guidelines that you give to developers, but I think it becoming law would be stronger than guidelines. And then also, I know there's a program to look at transfer development rights downtown being just for residential, which I think is an interesting idea too, in our pursuit of all things residential. So those are just a few I wanted to touch on, and thanks for the great staff report on this.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Chair. I want to make a motion that we recommend City Council authorize transmittal of the reports to the Office of Planning and Research and Department of Housing and Community Development by April 1st.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Who was that?
But I could do it, or Vice Chair Suma, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Matter to me, go ahead.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
I think you were in first. Go ahead. Ms. Rubenbar. Okay.
I'll second that.
Yep. Any other discussion? I just want to make the one comment, which is actually a repeat, but I was really pleased at how quickly you responded. So you got answers to our questions by this time that we posed last time. So I really appreciate the promptness of that and the enclosure in the appendix there. Okay, any other comments on that? Then let's take a roll call vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Ruparvar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, and thanks to staff. That was a lot of work. A lot of work. Okay, our next agenda item is number 5, which is the approval of December 15th, 2021 draft summary minutes. That's all we still have back from the transcriber. So, Mr. Heckman?
I will move approval of the summary minutes as revised by myself and by Commissioner Chang.
I'll second that.
Okay. I'm happy to report that I have an amendment, that I finally found something that Commissioner Heckman didn't find. So on page 20, line 15, Mr. Late was actually responding to me, as it turned out. And Mr. Late appreciated Chairman Lawing's or Chair Lawing's. That was it. There was no answer there. So I think he was saying, appreciated the idea that I came up with, or the suggestion I came up with. So just thought we should put a word in there for anybody that ever reads these minutes again. So.
Are you chair yet?
I don't think I will. I don't know. What day was that? It was the 15th, maybe so. I don't recall. No, okay. Maybe I didn't write, I put down in my notes, C. Lawing. So that was either chair or commissioner or my wife's first initial. I don't know which one it was, but anyway.
You sure he wasn't appreciating your Zoom background?
No, I'm not.
Those aren't the missing words?
But it came up when we had those ideas about how to move forward on the CASTI plan. So if you would accept that amendment, then we can go ahead with the vote.
Maker of the motion, I will accept that amendment.
Okay, can we just do a hand vote for the minutes? All in favor of hand votes? No, okay, we're gonna do, nobody likes that idea. We're gonna go
Sorry,
for,
Chair, I don't think that they were permitted on Zoom.
okay, yeah, let's go ahead with a roll call.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Chair Lawing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal.
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Rupert,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 601 with Commissioner Rectal abstaining.
Thank you. So now we have any committee items? Don't think there are any committees right now. So any questions, comments, or announcements? If not, we'll just go to Assistant Director Tanner with any future agenda items that haven't been discussed yet.
I think the most important one is just the upcoming retreat, which will be on March 9th. That will be in the council chambers. For those of you who are going to be participating on Zoom, it will be very similar. It'll be identical to the format the city council has using. So I would encourage you to just even watch a clip of the city council meeting just to get a sense at least of what you may experience, what you'll see by watching that video. The video that plays is essentially the Zoom stream that someone would see on YouTube, or that you'll see if you're logged in. If you're through that on Zoom, you'll have the similar Zoom interface that you have right now. So if any folks have changed their mind about being comfortable or are no longer comfortable being in person, please do let us know just so we can kind of prepare for the in-person meeting. And yeah, I look forward to seeing those of you in person who will be there. So it's a pretty kind of exciting and momentous day, I think, for many of us. And the chairs have met and put together an agenda that I think helps to kind of think about a couple key items. Thank you, Commissioner Chang, for submitting a suggestion around traffic safety. If others have ideas that they had wanted to submit, please do get those to me, and I can make sure that the chair and vice chair also receive those ideas. They include the traffic safety, looking at our retail areas, looking at California Avenue specifically. And there's always one thing I forget if there's a group of things. And we will send that agenda out, though, ahead of time, so you'll see that. And of course, those items will feed into our proposed work plan that will then submit to City Council. And I believe they'll be taking those up in April. So that's just an overview, and I won't go into future agenda items just given the lateness of the hour right now.
Okay, any questions? All right. Thanks for your work ethic and persistence tonight. And we got through 2 hefty items that had to be done. So appreciate that. Okay, with that, I think we can just stand adjourned. Good night.